Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the war in the Middle East, and I need to turn some volume on one of these live shots here. Maybe we'll put the Jerusalem volume on, since that's the big shot there. Okay. Oh, by the way, our viewer Reinhard 7572 says market is closed, expect something. That's right, I guess it's Friday, right? So stock market closed. Oil market. Is oil market closed yet? Oil market closes at 5 p.m. Oil market closes in 6 minutes, right? Oil market closes for the weekend in 6 minutes? Because I'm seeing that it closes at 5 p.m. Eastern time. Brent crude is at 112 or so right now, and WTI is around 98. Okay, oil, yes, oil. Our viewer, Moxie, says oil futures close in 5 minutes. Okay. Pete Finn says something may happen after market closes. Interesting thought. Remember, was it last week? Was it last week that, like 2 hours after the markets closed, President Trump announced that that the U.S. had bombed military targets on Karg Island? Wasn't that last week? Wasn't that last Friday? I was just reading about gold. Gold is around 4,500 now. Which has gone, I mean, it went way up in recent months, but then it's gone down a bit. Yeah, so gold back on March 10th, 10 days ago, gold was in the 5,200s. And now gold is at roughly 4,500. Hold on a second here. All right, so we're going to be bringing you guys updates. We're going to be taking your comments on the air. talk about the situation. President Trump today calling the opening of the Strait of Hormuz a simple military maneuver. President Trump on opening the Strait of Hormuz. It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, he says. But you need a lot of help in the sense that you need ships, you need volume. NATO could help us, but so far they haven't had the courage to do so. It would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it would get involved. It sounds like he's saying something like, to open it, you have a big convoy protecting ships that go through. A couple of things about that. From my understanding, the convoy could still be targeted, both the ships, the tankers, and the military ships. Also, my understanding is that convoys would not you wouldn't be able to get the volume through that previously went through. So, anyways, we can talk more about that. But here's what President Trump says.
You said on opening
so loud. That is really loud.
The Strait of Hormuz is a simple military maneuver.
Very simple.
Yeah, but what did you mean by that?
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume. And NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the courage to do so. And others could help us, but, we don't use it. At a certain point, it'll open itself at a certain point. But we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people. The leadership is gone, the Navy is gone, the Air Force is gone, the anti-aircraft equipment that they have, the radar they have is all gone. Everything's gone. The strait itself, the actual strait, how are you? The strait itself is, we're doing a good job, but it would be nice if the countries, including China, if the countries that use it, China uses it 90% of their energy. Japan is 95% of the energy. It would be nice if those countries would get involved.
Okay, we'll have to talk about that. I mean, this makes it sound like the plan is to just escort the ships through. But my understanding is that escorting ships would in itself be dangerous because you run the risk of Iran attacking the convoys. Now, there's other things that might be done, like attacking the shoreline and trying to clear out threats from the shore before you do the convoy, although my understanding is that Iran could still fire on a convoy from inland. Also, there's been some experts say that to really ensure the safety of it, you'd want to have troops on the coastline of Iran. But that's a huge coastline. That's a whole other endeavor. So anyways, again, the question was, you said opening the strait is a simple military maneuver. What did you mean? And his response was, it's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help. In the sense of you need ships, you need volume, and NATO could help us. But so far, they haven't had the courage to do so, and others could help us, but we don't use it. At a certain point, it will open itself. He was also asked today, what is your plan for Karg Island? And he responded, I may have a plan or I may not, but how would I ever say that to a reporter? If I said that to a reporter, Marco would say, please, sir, let's bring you over to the helicopter immediately. I can't tell you that. He was also asked, do you plan to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz with or without allies? And he said, we don't use the strait, the United States. We don't need it. Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people. So they'll have to get involved a little bit on that one.
You said on opening.
I think I'm going to change. This is kind of annoying. The volume. It's so windy on the Jerusalem shot. I don't really want to hear the wind the whole time. So we got to make a change here. I could put the volume on from Beirut cam. But then that's going to be confusing because people are going to think maybe we should make Beirut the big camera. I think maybe we should. Because otherwise it's going to be confusing. But I mean, I don't want to listen to the wind the whole time. What do you got? Or we could just have we could have no volume from the cameras. We'll see what the chat says. Some people have asked for Beirut. You're more likely to see. Well, we didn't really. I don't know that there were attacks on Beirut yesterday. No volume? No volume until alerts? Some people are saying they want Beirut. Yeah, a bunch of people want Beirut the big camera. So I think we're going to end up doing that. Yeah, let's just do that. So, hang on. That's fine. Done. Hey, thanks so much to Sobek. Thank you, Sobek, for your support. I really appreciate it, Sobek. Thank you. Make sure you thank Sobek if you got a membership from Sobek. Thanks also to Ruth and Beth Mythical, our moderators on YouTube, and Roberts Mayqueen. Very much appreciate it. Shout out to our moderators on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thanks to Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha, who moderate for us on X. Thanks to our Facebook moderators. Thank you, Sobek. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. K. Lowry Body is modding. Andrea Holder is training to be a mod. Thank you. Margaret Riley is moderating. Thank you. Barry Eisler, thanks for subscribing. Christy Claff and Helen Anderson, thanks for subscribing as well on Facebook. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support on Twitch. Yeah, our viewer mentions that there was a debris fell on the old city of Jerusalem, I believe, earlier today. Hang on a second here. Shrapnel damage to Jerusalem's old city. Excuse me. See that? Shrapnel damage to Jerusalem's old city, says AP. Israeli police officers scaled the ramparts of Jerusalem's old city to inspect a public playground, for missile fragments. The playground was just below the site where debris from an intercepted Iranian missile careened into the walled city's southern flank. The debris landed Friday in the Jewish quarter, less than 500 meters from the Western Wall, the holiest site where Jews can pray, and Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in Islam. It struck just above Dung Gate, one of 7 functional entrances into the Old City. I need to post a link to my X account. I'm going to pin it. If the moderators on Twitch and Facebook could pin my X account, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Hey, thanks so much to Steve Sutton. Steve Sutton thinks Iran's terrain makes it almost impossible to invade directly. That's what Steve Sutton says. Thanks to Sherlock Holmes for the memberships. Thank you, Sherlock. By the way, the report we initially talked about today of more troops going to the Middle East. You have lots of outlets reporting that today. Let me give you some more on that. U.S. to deploy thousands more of additional troops to the Middle East. Reuters says the U.S. military is deploying thousands of additional troops, additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East, 3 U.S. officials told Reuters on Friday. No decision has been made to send the troops into Iran itself, 2 of the officials said, but they will build up the capacity for potential future operations in the region. The deployments of the USS Boxer, an amphibious assault ship, along with its Marine Expeditionary Unit and accompanying warships, come after Reuters reported President Trump's administration was considering deploying thousands of U.S. troops to reinforce its operation in the Middle East. Trump told reporters on Thursday he was not putting troops anywhere, but that if he were to do so, he would not tell journalists. One of the officials said the troops were departing the west coast of the United States about 3 weeks ahead of schedule. The Expeditionary Unit has about 2,500 Marines. This is being reported by a lot of outlets. We talked about this report yesterday. The additional deployments will add to the 50,000 U.S. troops already in the Middle East and would bring 2 Marine Expeditionary Units to the region. The first Marine Expeditionary Unit, which was dispatched from the Indo-Pacific, is expected to arrive in the Middle East next week. The units can be used for a number of reasons, including carrying out strikes using the aircraft on board the ships or being deployed on land. The aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, which suffered a laundry room fire, is headed for repairs at Suda Bay on the Greek island of Crete. An official told Reuters the Navy would be sending the aircraft carrier Bush to replace the Ford, which has been at sea for more than 9 months. Wasn't the Bush already in the area or not? Let's see here. Yeah, the Bush, there was, well, or some gunfire in Beirut. The Bush was on the way there recently. So they'll have two active carriers in the Middle East, the Lincoln and the Bush. Ugh. Reuters says sources had previously said the U.S. military was preparing for possible next steps in its campaign against Iran. Those options include securing the Strait of Hormuz, potentially by deploying U.S. forces to Iran's shoreline. Wow. Some loud gunfire. Again, Trump's options include there are some drone alerts in the north of Israel, by the way, right now. Drone alert, northern Israel. A couple of them. Again, Reuters says the U.S. military is preparing for next steps and its possible next steps in its campaign against Iran. Those options include securing the Strait of Hormuz, potentially by deploying U.S. forces to Iran's shoreline. The Trump administration has also discussed options to send ground forces to Iran's Karg Island, the hub for 90% of Iran's oil exports. Let me show you. I have a video here too. I have a video about the additional troops going. We're going to watch a little video right now. Let's watch this report on the new troops being sent to the Middle East from Reuters.
The U.S. military is deploying a large amphibious assault ship with thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. That's according to 3 U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters on Friday. 2 of the officials said no decision had been made to send troops into Iran itself, but they will build up the capacity for potential future operations in the region. The White House referred questions to the Pentagon, which did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Reuters had reported...
Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. We'll watch that, but give me a second. President Trump just posted, thanks to our viewers for admitting me know, President Trump has just posted, he says, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran, completely degrading Iranian military missile capability, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them, destroying Iran's defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry, never allowing Iran to even get close to nuclear capability, always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. So now in this post, he's suggesting that other countries need to clear the Strait of Hormuz. Kind of. All right, hold on. Give me a moment here. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. We're going to read that again. But that's the general tone of it to me, is acting like, well, it's not our problem. We'll help you, but you need to do it. That's what it seems like. All right, let's look at that again. So you can do the new post from President Trump. Freezing says he's saying we'll clear it, but they need to police it after. I got to read this again. I don't know that he's saying the U.S. will clear it. Again, he claims we're getting very close to meeting our objectives. He has said multiple times before that we're close, that the war is close, it will be over soon. So, I mean, that's really nothing new. Then he talks about the objectives. I'll skip over this part. Here, the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. So earlier today, he said that it would be a relatively easy military operation, I think, for the U.S. to clear the strait. I got to look this up. Earlier today, he said, NATO doesn't want to help to open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. Then here he says, again, it will be in an easy military operation for them. Fred Flintstone says, then why deploy additional troops? Scott Johnston says, so Israel and Trump leave a giant mess and expect others to clean up? D. Blake says it's a negotiation tactic, drives the Trump haters crazy, which is a bonus. You're saying, D. Blake, that he's not really saying the U.S., that he's not really leaving it to other countries. He's threatening to as a negotiation tactic? But this is something he started saying in the past day, that it's a relatively easy operation to clear the Strait of Hormuz. One of our viewers, Rachel, says he announces these kind of things on Fridays. Although he's not like committing to anything here. It is confusing because it doesn't like, I know there's people in the chat have commented on this. Is he saying that the U.S. is not going to help open the Strait of Hormuz? Is he saying it's not going to help guarding and policing the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know what to make of it. Oh, what's happening on the Beirut camera? Hold on. So gunfire on the Beirut camera, maybe? Gunfire on Beirut camera. Gunfire on the Beirut camera. A lot of gunfire on the Beirut cam. Wow. I have no idea why. Is it anti-aircraft fire? I don't know. I have another Beirut cam. I'm going to go to that too. Are they celebrating something? I don't know. Trying to figure out why all of a sudden there's all this gunfire on the Beirut camp. These are both Beirut cams. That's Beirut as well. Can we hear anything on that camera? Hang on. Now on this camera, we're not hearing much. Only on the first camera. I'm going to put the first camera back on. Oh, is it for the holiday? The end of Ramadan is, well, wasn't it already the end of Ramadan? The main celebrations are the morning of the 20th, which would have been earlier this morning. So it's almost the 21st there. I'm confused. But maybe they're celebrating it now anyway. I don't know. I don't know how the celebrations work. Sounds like a lot of gunfire. Oh, I just saw a new warning. I just saw a new warning for Beirut. Guys, there's a new warning for Beirut. Look, this is urgent alert to residents of the southern suburbs of Beirut. The Defense Army continues its operations and strikes against military infrastructure belonging to the terrorist Hezbollah in various parts of the suburbs with increasing force. You must evacuate immediately. So there's going to be more strikes. You know, this evacuation order came out 9 minutes ago. There's going to be more strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So they just said they're going to be doing. Israel's going to be doing more attacks in Beirut. So I don't know if the gunfire is a response to that new warning from Israel. So again, Israel has put out a new warning for the southern suburbs of Beirut, saying they're going to be carrying out more attacks. Hang on. It's interesting that Trump made his post. Trump made his post about 13 minutes after the oil markets closed for the weekend. Persian New Year was this morning, I believe. Persian New Year was this morning, I believe. Now, I don't know if they celebrate tonight as well, but again, about 15 minutes ago, Israel issued a new alert for Beirut, the southern suburbs, saying that they're going to be carrying out more attacks there. It's interesting that President Trump's post came after about 13 minutes after the oil market closed for the weekend, and about an hour after the stock market closed. We're going to talk about President Trump's post again. All right, so give me a moment here. We are bringing you updates. I want to talk about President Trump's post again that he made. We're going to be keeping an eye on Beirut too, after Israel issued another reiteration of their evacuation order for the southern suburbs of Beirut, saying they're going to be carrying out more attacks there. There are some drone alerts in northern Israel right now. Drone alerts in northern Israel near the Lebanon border. Let me check also on some local sources in Lebanon, see what they're saying. Yes, so this Lebanese news account I follow, this is Leb News, says intense gunfire in the southern suburbs of Beirut after Israeli evacuation warnings. That might have been what caused it. This new evacuation warning, there was already evacuation warning for the area, but Israel put it out again, basically, and said they're going to be carrying out attacks. So I see a lot of discussion about that in these Lebanese outlets, this evacuation ordering. Here it is again. This was put out 18 minutes ago. Urgent alert to residents of the southern suburbs of Beirut, especially in the following neighborhoods. The Israeli Defense Army continues its operations and strikes against military infrastructure belonging to the terrorist Hezbollah in various parts of the suburbs of Beirut with increasing force. We have no intention of harming you. Therefore, out of concern for your safety, you must evacuate immediately. So there are going to be more Israeli strikes in Beirut. That's coming. Hey, thanks to Lore0165. Thanks so much, Lore. I appreciate that for the memberships. Thanks, VapeCo. These would be Israeli strikes against Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Thanks, VapeCo. Thanks, Martin Ging. No, I haven't heard anything about clashes between Hezbollah and government forces. I haven't heard any reports of that. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Thanks, Lidwine Elizabeth in the Netherlands. Thanks, ResJR Prod, who says Trump is going to leave the resistance high and dry in Iran. Thanks, Sydney, for the membership. Thanks, Ed Weeby, for the membership. A lot of gunfire. Thanks, Ed Weeby. Thanks, Least Trustworthy Weasel. Thanks, Rivka's Pronk. Thank you. Ori Dekel, who says the stock market pumps after hours. I haven't checked. Are there after hours futures markets on Friday? How does that work? Our viewers are saying no. I'm looking online. I'm seeing online, basically the answer is no for futures. Oh, Dow futures closes My understanding is that the Dow futures close at around 5 p.m. on Friday. So I don't know about the timing, but again, President Trump posted that message at 5:13. That was 13 minutes after the oil market closes for 2 days. Thanks, Ori, Deckel, Rivka Spronk. Hey, Thomas P0419, thank you for all the memberships. Thomas has given so many memberships. Thank you so much, Thomas from Sweden. I really appreciate it. Also, thanks to Hank Dieterin, Raymond and Hank in the Netherlands. Thanks to Raymond and Hank in the Netherlands for your support. Bernard Tapey, thanks, from Canada. Again, we're expecting tonight more Israeli attacks on Hezbollah targets in Beirut. Let's put up on the screen President Trump's post that he made a short while ago. I don't really know what to make of this. You can read it a bunch of different ways. The key part to me is toward the end. Well, one part that's important is at the beginning. He says we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East. Are they really considering winding it down? Then he says, just to go over some of this stuff, one, completely degrading Iranian missile capability launchers and everything else pertaining to them. That's stuff we've heard before. Destroying Iran's defense industrial base. We've heard that before. Eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. We've heard that before. Never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability and always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation. Should it take place, we've heard that before. Protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others, fine. Then he says the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United Nations does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I don't really know what to make of that. AFK Alien says it's so easy. Our viewer Nini says that Nini thinks that Trump is upset that other countries did not help. So he's saying basically, do it yourself. Gen2 Gone says, like they would tell the whole world what they have actually planned, what they actually have planned. Come on, people. At the same time, more troops are being moved to the Middle East. Thanks, Axlinger, for the memberships. Thank you. Thank you to Jesse's Girl and Allie B from Tennessee. Thanks for this suggestion, Allie B. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Might be tough to fit on an emoji. The emojis are small. Tsarina says concerned about tourist spot threats from Iran. I don't know if there was a specific new threat or not. I haven't heard about it, but maybe I missed it. I'll let you know if I see anything. Thanks to Sarina7786. Oh, our viewer, Ori Dekal said not futures after hours market. SPY is up 1%. You're saying, oops, hold on a second here. Let me do this. So SPY is that a fund that like tracks, or is that a does that track SPY like the Standard & Poor's? It's an exchange-traded fund, and it tracks the SP 500. And you're saying, Ori, that if you look at the SPY after hours stock price, it is up about 1%, 0.75% after hours. I see what you're saying. Give me one moment here. Thanks also, Vapeco. Vapeco says, so how many countries is Israel actively engaged with? Well, they're obviously attacking Iran, and then after they started attacking Iran, Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is supported by Iran, started launching rockets at Israel. So Israel started attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. But yes, the U.S. is not, as far as I'm aware, deeply involved in the attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon by Israel. Thanks, Mark Fanberg, Not My Songs, and It's Cosmic Pulse. Hey, and shout out to our mods again. I really appreciate it. We have modding right now. Beth Mythical is modding. Thank you. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, Prairie, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev, Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X, Margaret Riley, K. Lowry Body on Facebook, Shannon Davis Hughes, thanks Kristen McConnell Gates for subscribing. Thanks Brian Daviow for the Facebook stars. Thanks Christy Claff for subscribing. Maybe I'll put Tel Aviv back up. I think we got to keep both Beirut cams up because we very well might see strikes on Beirut tonight. Beirut, Tel Aviv, Beirut. How's that? Oh, also, thanks on Twitch to Billy Dingus for subscribing, and Frankfurter Bub for subscribing, and Timbit Power for subscribing on Twitch. Now, let me check some things here. Shin, who I follow, says new explosions in Iran, including in Tehran. So maybe more airstrikes going on. Iran time is around it's about 1:21 a.m. Iran time. All right, let's talk some more here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to make of President Trump's latest post. You know, he has said numerous times that the war is close to being over. So, I mean, how much are you going to read into we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East? You know, is it that different than what he's been saying for weeks? I don't know. And when he says the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it, the U.S. does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Is he really saying that the U.S. is not going to itself attempt to open up the Strait of Hormuz? I don't know about that. Junglist Soldier says, we break it, you fix it. The thing is, it does impact. I mean, if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, that's going to lead to much higher oil prices and higher inflation. And it will certainly obviously impact people in the US. So, and President Trump has said, I mean, he just said, was it yesterday? Either the last couple of days, I remember we were watching one of his events, he has said, oh, it'll be open soon. Fred Flintstone thinks he has said the same thing for weeks. Becca Boo says, and sending thousands more troops. Yes, Tel Aviv is right in the corner there. It's on the screen. What is this? Partial building collapse in Carroll County, Maryland. Alert page, who I follow, says Carroll County, Maryland explosion. Units on scene for a fire with a partial building collapse at the Catositin Mountain Growers Inc. Started caused by a boiler explosion. Three patients total at this time, one being air transported, two being ground transported. Just passing that along. That's alert page there, at alert page. Hang on a moment here. By the way, CBS News is reporting today that Pentagon officials have made detailed preparations for deploying U.S. ground troops into Iran. They say Trump has been deliberating whether to position ground force in the region, but they say there are heavy preparations for potential use of ground troops in Iran. That's what CBS News says. CBS News says there have been meetings in the military to prepare how to handle the possible detention of Iranian soldiers if there are U.S. forces on the ground. Carly Manrique says, then we can't be wrapping up? Dabney said Trump said they're winding down. No, actually he did. I know it might seem like that, but he actually did not say that. he said, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down. So that means we haven't met our objectives yet, and we're not winding down yet, just to be clear. And again, these are things, he said similar things. He's been saying for weeks that the war will be over soon. So I'm not going to overly read into that. We'll have to see what happens. Thank you to Josh Barnes. Josh Barnes says, Trump is a master at emotional whiplash. He gets everyone hyped like it's the end of the world, and then suddenly it's war is over, gas is $1 a gallon, and we own 3 countries. Thank you, Josh Barnes. Thanks, Just Simply Dave. Stay safe there, Just Simply Dave. Thanks, 1XCD. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. 1XCD talks about how ships, there are a number of ships stuck in the Strait of Hormuz, well, stuck in the Persian Gulf because they can't get out through the Strait of Hormuz. And I told you a report yesterday that the sailors on the employees on these ships, the sailors are apparently running low on things like fuel and food and water. So it's something to keep an eye on. We were mentioning that yesterday. Thanks, 1XCD. I'll let you know if I hear new reports about that. Thanks, Vanilla Coke, for the memberships, a.k.a. Macro Geek, for the memberships. Thank you. Holy Earth, thank you. Lidwine Elizabeth, thank you. She says if the U.S. Lidwine Elizabeth is wondering if the U.S. were to withdraw, would Iran then open up the strait because the U.S. isn't there anymore? I don't know. There's no guarantee they would. I don't know that President Trump would want to withdraw U.S. forces and hope that Iran opens it up afterwards. You never know. Thank you again, Lidwine Elizabeth. Gary says, sounds to me like it's just getting started. As one of our viewers pointed out, week 4 starts tomorrow. Yes, it does. Reef Hound says, Trump is the greatest, even if this takes 6 months. Imagine solving the Iranian nuclear threat in less than a year after everyone else failed for the past 20 years. Will President Trump solve the Iranian nuclear threat? That I don't know. Again, there are more Israeli attacks in Beirut. More Israeli strikes in Beirut expected tonight after Israel reiterated its evacuation order for the southern suburbs of Beirut. By the way, there are some explosions have been reported in recent minutes. New strikes in Tehran, Iran. Fars news agency said 8 minutes ago 2 explosions have been reported in Tehran near Peruzi Street and Imam Reza Highway. I was going to show you this video. I never got a chance to show it to you. Let me take a second and show it to you. We were talking about the new U.S. forces being sent to the Middle East. U.S. sending Marines and amphibious assault ship to the Middle East, officials say. And I was going to show you this video on it, but we never got to it because Trump posted and we got kind of sidetracked. Here's the Reuters video on that.
The U.S. military is deploying a large amphibious assault ship with thousands of additional Marines and sailors to the Middle East. That's according to 3 U.S. officials who spoke to Reuters on Friday. 2 of the officials said no decision had been made to send troops into Iran itself, but they will build up the capacity for potential future operations in the region. The White House referred questions to the Pentagon, which did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Reuters had reported that Washington, desperate to reopen the Gulf oil bottleneck of the Strait of Hormuz, was considering deployments up to and including landings. On Thursday, Trump told reporters he was not putting troops anywhere.
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you, but I'm not putting troops.
The sources, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, did not say what the role of the additional troops would be. The additional deployments will add to the 50,000 U.S. troops already in the Middle East. Trump on Friday again vented his fury at U.S. allies, writing on social media that they were, quote, cowards for declining to help open the Strait of Hormuz while fighting continued. He added, quote, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. Trump has been calling for U.S. major allies and others, none of which were consulted or advised on the war, to help secure the safety of shipping through the Iran-controlled strait.
We've had no support essentially no support from NATO.
The conflict has roiled global markets, killed thousands, and displaced millions since U.S.-Israel strikes began on February 28th.
Okay, little summary there from Reuters. Get the volume back on here. Take some more comments from you guys. Reuters says, with a major share of global oil and natural gas supply choked off, and vital energy infrastructure in both Iran and neighboring Gulf states under attack, oil prices have jumped about 50% since the start of the war on February 28th. PW360 says Barack Ravid said on TV today the idea going around is Trump publicly ordering the attacks to stop and train for the ground operation while he announces the end of the war. I'm a little confused what that idea is. I didn't see that interview with Barack Ravid. How can he announce the end of the war and be training for the ground operation? I'll have to look. Let me know if you have more on that, PW360. I will say that Axios had a very interesting report today about the U.S. Now, Axios says, Trump just made this post where he, about an hour ago, where he said that we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our military efforts. Axios says that this is the strongest signal yet that he's moving towards ending the war. However, a U.S. official told Axios he doesn't think Trump's post signals an imminent end to the war. A U.S. official tells Axios it'll be a couple of weeks. Also, some Trump advisors still think ground operations are likely. But there was something they put. There was an interesting report earlier today from Axios that I want to mention, where Axios had reported that Trump was considering a risky Karg Island takeover to put pressure on Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, Karg Island is an island, an Iranian island about 15 miles off the coast, where they export about 90% of their oil through this island. The Axios article had a quote from a source with knowledge of White House thinking. And the source told Axios, this is the quote that Axios said this source with a knowledge of White House thinking said, "We need about a month to weaken the Iranians more with strikes, take the island, and then get them by the balls and use it for negotiations." That would be one scenario. But again, that would require lots of, attacking Iran in preparation to take the island. So, I mean, look, there's all these different ways this could go. I don't think we have a really good idea now where this is going. Maybe President Trump hasn't decided what he's going to do. Mark Saint thinks this is going to cost trillions. I find it hard to believe that President Trump would stop the military effort and just leave the Strait of Hormuz closed. He has said in public that it's going to be opened up. Obviously, it's a big deal economically for the U.S. to have the Strait of Hormuz closed. I mean, you never know, but I find that hard to believe. Northeast Fly says Karg Island was the goal from the start. Our viewer Um, Samueletto says it's going to escalate. Bones Radio says if Iran keeps attacking, it could end up lasting months until they talk. Just Legit says there was a flash like 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed it. Ringo says, can't believe we have more troops coming in. Breaking Waves says it's not over until U.S. troops roll through Tehran and the old regime is gone. Well, that would be quite a major use of troops, to have troops in Tehran. Carl Drew says, what are all these gunshots we hear? We don't know. It seems to me that, and from reporting I saw from Lebanon, we were hearing a lot of gunfire before, but it seemed to start around the time that Israel reissued an evacuation order for Beirut and said they're going to carry southern suburbs of Beirut and said they're going to carry out attacks. So it might have been angry reaction to that. Kuwait says, as often happens during this war, they say they are currently dealing with missile and drone aggression coming from Iran. They just posted that. Again, that is not uncommon during this war, but they just said that. Twitcher says U.S. has bitten off more than it can chew and it needs its allies to dig them out of their hole. Rebecca Powell says, what is the next play? What's their next play? Checking for other updates here. Give me a moment. Over 16,000 U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran combined, by the way. Madretto says not enough. Let me just give you a little perspective here. The Economist had an article on the situation yesterday with the war called "There is Plenty of Scope for the Iran War to Intensify." The Economist pointed out that the Strait of Hormuz is not literally closed. The Economist says Iran's... Hold on, I'm getting a little too windy. The Economist says the Strait of Hormuz is not literally closed. Iran's surface fleet was never that formidable to begin with, and much of it now is at the bottom of the sea. Instead, the Iranian regime has imposed a de facto blockade through a mix of threats and sporadic missile and drone attacks on commercial vessels. Shipping firms, understandably, have little tolerance for that sort of risk. America will struggle to reassure them. The Pentagon has mulled naval escorts but is not ready to provide them. President Trump, as we know, has asked other countries to help join a maritime coalition. The Economist says, in truth, it would be hard for any navy to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Its geography is forbidding. It is just 34 miles wide at its narrowest point and flanked by mountains on both sides. Even beyond this choke point, the seas on either side are within easy range of Iranian drones and missiles. Escort ships would have mere seconds to react to an attack. Sending troops to secure the coastline is a non-starter given the size of the force required. Iran could also just continue shooting from inland. That's their assessment. Now, again, instead of trying to escort ships through, it's possible that the U.S. may try to take Karg Island, through which 90% of Iran's oil exports go, and use that to put pressure on Iran. Guy from the 207 says, doesn't matter if it's closed. If no one dares pass through, then it's closed. Clipper Ace says, if the strait is so safe for tankers, send some military ships down there. Hoagie says, take the island and you still can't take the oil out through the strait. Well, again, I believe the idea is that the U.S. could try to take the island and then use it as to put pressure on Iran as a bargaining chip, for example. Johnny Go-Go says insurance companies are not going to allow those ships to proceed until it is absolutely safe. That's what Johnny thinks. Well, we know that ships basically aren't going through there right now. It's a very small number. Reportedly, Iran has on occasion agreed to let certain ones through, but basically hardly any traffic going through there right now. And we're now almost at the end of the third week. Old Marx thinks the strait is closed and will be closed in the future. Larry Hogue says Trump is going to take more than the island. Al Jazeera says, now I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this is true. Al Jazeera says, Iraqi security source tells Al Jazeera major attack targets the U.S. logistical support camp in the vicinity of Baghdad airport. I have no idea if that's true. I will keep an eye on that. And then Al Mayadeen reports, explosion rocks U.S. camp victory at Baghdad airport again. Camp Victory was a major U.S. Armed Forces installation located within the Victory Base complex surrounding Baghdad airport, says Wikipedia. In 2011, the camp was formally transferred to the government of Iraq. I don't know if any U.S. forces are there right now. That I don't know. The New York Times says Camp Victory still hosts a diplomatic logistics hub. N12 News, Israel says some attacks are reported, some strikes in the Iranian city of Tabriz. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. We have a different Beirut camera, which would be better for the second one. Again, Israel has issued evacuation orders for the southern suburbs of Beirut. Well, they did that I think a week or two ago. But tonight they reiterated those evacuation orders and said they're going to be carrying out strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So we're expecting to see Israeli strikes there tonight. And I'm actually going to get up on the screen the other Beirut cam for you. We had two of them, but there's a different angle that I think would be better. There, I have it. Watch this. Right here. There you go. See? Two of them. How's the audio on that one? That audio might be better. Oh, that audio is better. Here, look. Camera's moving around. I think we should make that the base camera, maybe. I think we're going to make this the base camera. That's what we're going to do. Hang on a moment. I had something messed up here. There it is. So this needs to go here. This needs to go here and here. Oopsie. Uh-oh. I gotta fix that. I'll fix that in a second. Everything's confusing here. This should go up here. Well, that can go here. That's going to be smaller. That's going to go here. Okay. And this one, what's going on with this one? There. That's better. So we have Beirut, Tel Aviv, and Beirut. Thank you, Stephen Briones, who says, Beirut, such a great-looking city. Why let terrorists infiltrate and pay a price like this? Thank you, Stephen Briones. Thanks, One Aksidi. One Aksidi says, Iran literally has the high ground and it's hundreds of miles up the coast from the Strait to Karg. How are they getting the amphibious ships into the Gulf? So it's an interesting point. What One Exedi is saying is, if amphibious ships are going to be used to deliver troops to Karg Island, they need to go through the Strait of Hormuz, right? If that's how you're going to get the amphibious ships in there. So if we do this, oopsie. Hang on, hang on, hang on. The idea is Karg Island is up here. Karg Island's up here. So if you're going to deliver U.S. forces by boat there, well, the boat's going to have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Which it could. Hearing gunfire. Gunfire in Beirut. Now, one of our viewers said they could just bring them in with aircraft. Steve Kelly says, not amphibious aerial versus Ospreys. So that could happen too. Thank you, One Exedi. But, I mean, that you're going to, if troops take Karg Island, the U.S. is going to want to protect those troops from getting attacked by Iran. So I'm guessing the U.S. doesn't just want to send a small group of troops to try to take Karg Island. Thanks to Noob Sabbath for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Noob Sabbath, thank you. Thanks, Sir Racha. Sir Racha thinks Iran will never surrender and they'll close Hormuz till they're dead. Only options, full invasion or a deal sold as the best deal ever. Sir Racha thinks Trump is trapped. Just securing the strait equals back to square one. Now, Trump would probably say, well, he has said this, we've really weakened we've destroyed their navy and we've destroyed all their missile program. I think Trump would probably say something like that. I'm just playing devil's advocate. But thank you, Sir Racha. Thanks also to Braden Kemp, who thinks America has not created lasting change and Russia and China will help Iran rebuild. Kojak is back, thinks if the regime doesn't fall, it's an abject failure. Thanks, Kojak is back. Thanks again, One Aksidi. And Himi Jarba, thank you for your support. And Real World Truth in Justice, thank you. And let's see here. Hold on. Thanks to Chen Zhen Yen over there on Twitch for your support. Becky Boo on Twitch, thank you. Trump's pool guy. Thanks, Trump's pool guy. And Justice Joker and Timbit Power. Thank you. President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago now, by the way. Al Jazeera claims there have been successive attacks targeting the U.S. logistics support camp near Baghdad. I don't know if that's true. Oh, hold on a moment. There is a warning for the UAE, it looks like. I think Iran issued an Did Iran issue an evacuation warning for the UAE? Ras Al Khaimah City. Look at this. I just saw this posted. What to make of this? Hang on. I'll show you. I'll show you. It says urgent warning, and evacuation order to citizens and residents of Ras Al Khaimah city in the UAE. Given the use of this area in operations targeting Iranian islands, the city of Ras Al Khaimah will be targeted in the near future. All residents are requested to leave the city as soon as possible. Clear and repeated warnings have already been given to your rulers about the danger of engaging in this path and gambling with the fate of the people. But they have chosen the path of blind obedience. All right, hang on a moment. So this is Ras Al Khaimah city. It's an industrial port city and largest city in the capital of Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. Iran issues urgent warning and evacuation order to residents of Ras Al, again, I don't know if they're going to do anything, Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. From This is from Tasnim, which is a Revolutionary Guard news agency. All right, hold on a moment. They say they're going to target it in the near future. Hang on, I'll put it up there again. Again, this was posted by Tasnim News, which is state media affiliated with the Revolutionary Guard. I'm going to show it to you again. Just got posted a couple minutes ago. Now, I don't know if they're going to follow through on it. Give me one moment here. I'll throw it to you again. So I looked up what energy facilities are there. Apparently, well, one thing there, let me just make sure of this. There's a very important gas processing facility in RAK gas processing facilities are in Ras Al Khaimah. Gemini AI says it's arguably the most vital energy site in the in Ras Al Khaimah. I don't know that that's going to be attacked. Let me show you again this. This warning they issued. Al Arabiya says Iranian media says power outages in eastern and northeastern Tehran. We're going to talk about that too. Here is the evacuation warning posted on an Iranian state media. I have to pull it up here. Tasnim. Okay, here it is. Can you guys see this? Urgent warning and evacuation order to citizens and residents of Ras Al Khaimah city in the UAE. Given the use of this area in operations targeting Iranian islands, the city of Ras Al Khaimah will be targeted in the near future. Now, they could fire 3 drones at it, or it could be, I don't know what kind of attack there will be on this city. Who knows? It could be missiles, drones, I don't know. All residents, and how big it will be, all residents are requested to leave the city as soon as possible via the routes indicated in the attached images. I also think that Iran and also Hezbollah will do this. to me, there's an element of Israel will often issue these evacuation orders. So it seems to me that they might try to make these look like the Israeli evacuation orders for places like Beirut and sometimes Iran. And also other parts of Lebanon. Clear and repeated warnings have already been given to your rulers about the danger of engaging in this path and gambling with the fate of their people, but they have chosen the path of blind obedience and have made decisions that do not represent the will of their people, but rather are imposed from outside their borders, while there is no real sovereignty. Yikes. They bear the full responsibility for all the consequences of this path. Now, I don't know what Iran's going to do. They could do something like fire 3 drones and say we did a big attack. Or they could do a more sizable attack. Not that 3 drones could do a lot of damage, but you know what I'm saying. So I have no idea what is going to follow from this. But maybe they're going to target energy infrastructure there. I mean, they've certainly targeted a lot of energy infrastructure around the region. Now, Toledo 99 from the UAE says, thanks, Toledo. Toledo says they're also building a Wynn casino there. Iran said it was going to target tourist locations. I didn't see that. I have to see if I can dig that up. So there was, yes, AP, Iran threatened to target recreational and tourist sites worldwide. Iran's top military spokesman warned on Friday, parks, recreational areas, and tourist destinations worldwide won't be safe for Tehran's enemies. Now, Iran makes all kinds of threats, big threats. So I don't know if that's really going to, if they are going to attack such targets. I don't know. There is a Wynn resort opening. It's supposed to open in spring of 2027. In Ras Al Khaimah. That's what Toledo was talking about. By the way, thank you so much again to Toledo. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Braden Kemp from New Zealand, who says Trump didn't understand the difference between religious ideology in Iran and corruption in Venezuela. They don't have the same self-preservation. That's what Braden says. Thank you, Jasmine Newville. Hey, Thomas P0419, thanks for the memberships. Really appreciate all the memberships from Thomas P0419 from Sweden. Thank you, Man for Some Markets, who says, I think if the invasion goes through, then special forces would secure Karg Island first, then later reinforced by the Marines. One of our viewers mentioned Flight Radar 24. The Hairlings. What am I looking at here? One of our viewers mentioned this plane. It's a plane, I don't know what it is. It's a plane circling around in the UAE. I don't know what to tell you about this plane. I know nothing about it. You can go to Flight Radar 24 and check it out. FlightRadar24.com. A bunch of people are looking at this tanker plane, which maybe was refueling, maybe was doing refueling as planes started attacking Iran, and now it looks like it's coming back after doing its refueling duty, maybe. You know, interestingly, earlier today, Al Jazeera reported that Iran said it will target UAE's Ras Al Khaimah if attacks are launched again on Gulf islands. But then a few minutes ago, they said Ras Al Khaimah will be targeted in the near future. What I'll do, I'll actually, let me, I want to show you the actual poster they made, for the announcement of the evacuation order. Here, hold on, I'll show it to you. Oopsie, that's not what I want to do. There it is. Okay. Now, here's what the poster says. It's an interesting difference because the poster is translated differently. The translation of the actual announcement says will be targeted in the near future. The poster seems to say may become a target. Anyways, this was issued just about 15 minutes ago. Here is what the evacuation order says. Here's the translated version. Urgent warning and evacuation ordered to the citizens and residents of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE. Due to the use of this area for activities targeting Iranian islands, Ras Al Khaimah may become a target in the near future. Therefore, all residents are requested to leave the city as soon as possible via the routes shown in the attached images. That's from Iran. One of our viewers mentioned the population, which is a good question. Now, Ras Al Khaimah is it's an emirate. Although the city itself has about 200,000 people, just so you know. The city itself has about 200,000 people. Let me show you on the map. So here is Ras Al Khaimah is right here. So here's the UAE. Here's the Strait of Hormuz. Ras Al Khaimah is here. Ras Al Khaimah. I mean, it's a big city. I don't know what we're gonna do, if they do anything, Iran, but it is not far from Iran, Ras Al Khaimah, right? It's right here. There's the RAK gas plant, which is an important gas plant there. It's right across the water from Iran. Now, when Iran said in that evacuation order that that Ras Al Khaimah had been used to target Iranian islands, I don't know what specifically they're saying about Iranian islands being targeted. Are they talking about? I think there have been reports possibly of Keshem Island being targeted. I mean, there's a bunch of Iranian islands in here. I don't know what's been targeted and how much. There's Kish Island over here. There's Karg Island was obviously targeted. Karg Island was targeted by the U.S. So are they claiming that the UAE assisted in this? I will say I don't see, Iran does not frequently, they're not all the time posting warnings like this. But again, they do make a lot of big warnings, and doesn't mean that there's going to be some enormous military attack afterwards. We'll have to just see. Sean Harmon thinks Kish, Karg, and another one, Kesh, have all been targeted. The Financial Times had an interesting report about possible jet fuel shortages. They had reported yesterday, they said that airlines are drawing up contingency plans over fears of jet fuel shortages. They say that jet fuel, the price, has, where does it say here? Jet fuel prices have doubled since the start of the strikes, they said. They say that several airports executives told them that they have fuel shortages and they may be forced to limit flights in the coming weeks. So if there's not enough fuel at an airport, a plane might be able to fly there, but then it won't be able to refuel to go back. And the article says that airlines fear jet fuel shortages could take hold within weeks. Something else to keep an eye on. There was one airline, Scandinavian airline SAS, already canceled some flights. A few days ago, I had missed that. Yeah, SAS. Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up here. But I see it. One moment. So Reuters had reported 3 days ago that the Scandinavian airline SAS said it would cancel 1,000 flights in April because of high oil and jet fuel prices caused by the war and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Checky says my flight to Turkey on April 19th was canceled. I don't know if that has anything to do with the war or not. FemSci says it's too quiet. Well, there have been a bunch of airstrikes reported in Iran tonight. I can tell you that. ABC had a story today. I didn't see this. Hey guys, I missed this earlier. ABC News reported today that a drone sighting that temporarily raised alarms at one of the U.S. Air Force's largest and most strategic airfields earlier this month was more extensive and potentially more dangerous than first reported. Barksdale Air Force on March 9th in Louisiana said it was under a shelter-in-place after a report of an unmanned aerial system operating over the installation. That site raised concerns because Barksdale houses long-range B-52 bombers and plays a critical command and control role in the Air Force nuclear defense capabilities. Unauthorized drone flights continued for nearly a week, says ABC News. The military said to ABC News in a statement, Barksdale Air Force Base detected multiple unauthorized drones operating in our airspace during the week of March 9th. According to a briefing document ABC News got, dated 5 days ago, the drones came in waves and entered and exited the base in a way that may suggest attempts to avoid the operator being located. And lights on the drone suggested operators may be testing security responses at the base. This is from this document that ABC News got. This confidential briefing document that ABC News got says between March 19th and between March 9th and March 15th, security forces observed multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones operating over sensitive areas of the installation. With the aircraft displaying non-commercial signal characteristics, long-range control links, and resistance to jamming. The flights lasted around 4 hours each day. I posted that this article is linked on my X account. I just posted it there. My X account is pinned in the chat. One of our viewers said, so they just watch them? I don't know if it says anything here about them taking action against them. The briefing said that they appear to be custom built. All right, hold on a second. I just heard that. That came out earlier today. I just saw that for the first time. I'll actually post a link in the chat. I'm going to post a link for you if you want to read all the details from ABC News. I just posted the link if you want to read it yourself. Some of our viewers are saying there are pre-alerts for missiles. Let's see here. We have a pre-alert for the south, southern Israel. I do not have a camera there, but pre-alert for, looks like southern Israel again to me. Thanks, I Am Fatness, who says, are drones operating at an airbase and causing panic again? Another distraction. Thanks, I Am Fatness. Thanks, Raven Stars 1175. Thanks, Michael Olson, who says, are tankers, cargo ships staging near to there? Michael Olson, if you're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, there's a bunch of tankers and cargo ships that are just trapped in the Persian Gulf because they can't get out through the Strait of Hormuz. But I'm not aware of any kind of new movement of these ships, if that's what you're asking about. Thank you, Hilda, F6K. Thanks again to Michael Olson. Thanks, BBG512, for your support. Eric Ortega, Bradley Lohr, D. Zanis, Sobek. Sobek saw aircraft firing, has anti-air firing or something on another Beirut camp. Thank you, Sobek. Stephen Scarborough, thank you. All right, so again, we're waiting for, there's a missile, a pre-alert for southern Israel. So we are expecting, I don't have a camera from southern Israel. We're expecting to see some alerts pop up on the so far red alert map shortly. Again, any moment now, there'll be some alerts for southern Israel. We have our map up. Scott Bessent just announced that today the Department of the Treasury is issuing a narrowly tailored short-term authorization permitting the sale of Iranian oil currently stranded at sea. The Department of the Treasury, Scott Bessent says, at present, sanctioned Iranian oil is being hoarded by China on the cheap. By temporarily unlocking this existing supply for the world, the U.S. will quickly bring approximately 140 million barrels of oil to global markets. New announcement by Scott Bessent. After the missile alert, we can talk about this more. Okay, we have here are the alerts. Missile alerts coming in for southern Israel here, as you can see. Missile alerts, southern Israel, happening now. I don't have a camera there, but you can see it. Again, those are the current missile alerts. I'll have to wait and see what the reports are of any missiles. All right, so you can see we have some missile alerts in southern Israel. I will have to check and see what the reporting is. Still one up there. Now let me check and see if I'm seeing any reports from Israel about this. Let's see here. Not seeing it yet. No updates that I have seen yet about missiles. N12 News says no reports of injuries or missile falls have been received. No reports so far. No reports of casualties. These are the first missile alerts in about 4 hours in Israel, I believe. All right, so we'll bring you updates on this. Let me just show you what Scott Bessent said, the Treasury Secretary, trying to get more oil onto the market. Look at this. Scott Bessent posted this a few minutes ago. In response to Iran's terrorist attacks against global energy infrastructure, the Trump administration will continue to deploy America's economic and military might to maximize the flow of energy to the world, strengthen global supply, and seek to ensure market stability. Today, the Department of the Treasury is issuing a narrowly tailored, short-term authorization permitting the sale of Iranian oil currently stranded at sea. At present, sanctioned Iranian oil is being hoarded by China on the cheap. By temporarily unlocking this existing supply for the world, the U.S. will quickly bring approximately 140 million barrels of oil to global markets, expanding the amount of worldwide energy and helping to relieve the temporary pressures on supply caused by Iran. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against Tehran to keep the price down as we continue Operation Epic Fury. Also, he says Iran will have difficulty accessing any revenue generated, and the U.S. will continue to maintain maximum pressure on Iran and its ability to access the international financial system. I'll have to read more about this, but again, sounds like there was Iranian oil that I believe was sanctioned oil, and now it's being released. See if I can get some clarity on this. Bloomberg's Javier Blas said that the U.S. Treasury has eased oil sanctions on Iran, including permitting the sale of Iranian crude and refined products into the U.S. Scott Bessent calls it a narrowly tailored, short-term authorization permitting the sale of Iranian oil currently stranded at sea. And then Javier Blas of Bloomberg posted the Bessent quote saying that Iran will have difficulty accessing any revenue generated. And then he has one of the emoji where it's like the emoji where the person's going, I don't know the details on all this. But it seems that there is some sort of temporary easing of oil sanctions on Iran going on. I'll try to get you some more expert analysis of that whole thing. Jack Burton says, look at me, I'm selling your oil now. I mean, it does suggest that, that the U.S. government thinks, the Trump administration thinks it's an urgent matter to get more oil onto the market. Yeah, CBS News, the CBS News headline about this is Trump administration temporarily lifts sanctions on Iranian oil at sea amid soaring prices. By the way, I was telling you about this ABC News report that that Barksdale Air Force Base, a key U.S. Air Force base in the U.S., observed multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones operating over sensitive areas of the installation between March 9th and 15th, 2026. That's a report from ABC News today. Tyler Rogaway, who is the creator of the War Zone military website, very good site, he says, I have spent a good part of my career just getting people to believe this was actually happening. Now we are here. With 15 drones, you can lose roughly a quarter of the B-52 force as it sits idle on the ground. This was always the most concerning scenario. Time to move to hardening. Just a matter of time now till we learn the hard way. His concern is that planes on the ground could be attacked with drones. By the way, something else that the War Zone said, they say with two amphibious-ready groups heading to the Middle East, there is increasing speculation that the U.S. will try to seize Iran's strategic Karg Island. This is a U.S. Navy picture of the USS Boxer, amphibious assault ship, which is heading over to the Middle East. I'll post a link to this article from the War Zone, so you can check out the whole article. The War Zone also reports that publicly available flight tracking data indicates the U.S. Navy is using MQ-4C Triton intelligence, surveillance, and recon drones to monitor Karg Island as part of their patrols of the northern Persian Gulf. The war zone says destroying or damaging oil infrastructure on Karg Island could have unintended side effects. On the one hand, it would further push up global oil prices. In the long term, there's also the question of whether oil infrastructure here should be preserved for the benefit of a potential new Iranian government. There is also the possibility that seizing the island and cutting off the current Iranian government from its most vital source of revenue could be used as a catalyst to bring about its fall. And the war zone also says, then there's the huge question about the kind of military effort that would be required to seize Karg Island. This would require a large-scale, sustained operation and would be brought with risk. The island is only 20 miles from the Iranian mainland, putting whatever U.S. force is there at extreme risk of bombardment of multiple types. Getting amphibious assault ships through the Strait of Hormuz and into the Gulf would be an issue as well. And those ships would be heavily targeted during transit, and especially once inside the Gulf, they would be targeted as well. With this in mind, a longer-range aviation assault on the island would be most likely. Interesting, we talked about that earlier. A naval blockade of the island might be easier to achieve in the short term, but it would run the risk of Iranian attacks, likely involving uncrewed surface vessels, drones, and other asymmetric options, as well as anti-ship cruise missiles, the type of which has been limited up to this point. So, what is going to happen with Karg Island? So the war zone thinks that if the U.S. does an operation on Karg Island, a longer range aviation assault is more likely than trying to get amphibious ships in there. I'm going to post a link to that article. I just posted a link to that article. You can read the whole thing from The War Zone. Ryan Moore thinks the island is a death trap. Has Beirut been evacuated yet? So the evacuation order is not for all of Beirut. It's the southern suburbs of Beirut, which these cameras you see on the top and on the bottom are focused on. Israel says they're going to be, earlier tonight, Israel reissued their evacuation order and said they're going to be carrying out attacks in Beirut on Hezbollah targets. Thanks to Josh Barnes. Josh says Karg Island is training grounds for when USA has to defend Taiwan from China. Thanks Cosmic Brownies. Thanks Benjula Holmes, who says my gas is up $1 here in Southeast Texas. I'm paying $3.49 for regular. What are y'all paying? Thanks so much, Benjula. Thanks Carolyn Phelps. And Amor Fan, who thinks this will be another Vietnam if Marines take Karg Island. It's strategically reckless to try and hold it with how close it sits next to Iran. Thanks to Jingle Dingle, who says at Barksdale Air Force Base there are neighborhoods less than a quarter mile from nuclear-capable B-52s that drones could easily launch from. Look at the map. Maybe we'll look at a map of that. Regarding Barksdale Air Force Base, where ABC News is reporting, waves of drones flew over it between the 9th and 15th of March. Barksdale Air Force Base is in Louisiana. Outside of Shreveport, Barksdale Air Force Base. There's Shreveport right there. Just right near Shreveport. And right near, I mean, clearly there's people who live in the area. It's not in the middle of nowhere, put it that way. A concern of Tyler Rogaway is he thinks that planes are vulnerable if they're sitting out there to drone attacks rather than being in some sort of hardened storage. Now, I don't know when this satellite shot was taken, but you can see a lot of planes right on the runway right there. Uh-oh, more rain. I'm going to take some more comments here. Appreciate everybody watching. Sandy's app says we do a lot of traveling by car and gas, and Sandy says gas is still cheaper than it was a few years ago. Oh, it's raining out. I gotta turn the sound down. Hey, thanks Bylerman for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks also Chen Zhen Yen on Twitch. Rain, it's raining there. Rain in Beirut. Mick B52 says, ready for something huge. Jim Aconius says, wait, those drones were spying on that base in the U.S.? That we don't know. We don't know what they were doing. The internet is still down in Iran, says NetBlocks. Still down.
بتشتي بس الحمد لله ما بطلت.
Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. One moment. Why is this not working? Our viewer, Michelle Lauzon, has an interesting question. Michelle says, can an aircraft carrier pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Let me make sure about this. I would think so, but I don't know. I mean, you're saying just in general, not right now. I would think so. Not that it would want to try. I mean, it might be dangerous to try now. I think maybe they're a little less than the biggest tanker sizes. Yes, that's a regular thing. It has been regularly done in the past. There are two 2-mile wide shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz, is what I understand. This is an AI thing from Google AI. I can't confirm this. It says that the strait is deep and plenty deep for an aircraft carrier, but a carrier's draft is about 40 feet, the part underwater. While they won't hit the bottom, they have very little maneuvering room if they need to suddenly swerve and avoid a threat. They say a carrier typically needs 4 to 6 kilometers of space to perform a full tactical turn. One of our viewers said, I got to do it twice. Hayes Gray says, I got to do it twice on carrier CV43 and once in DD63. Thanks for your service. Yeah, there are numerous cases of the carrier going into the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz. But now it would be a different situation in terms of the danger. But it's still an interesting question. Thanks for asking that question. Sheepdog says there were 6 carrier battle groups in there during the Gulf War. Pete Finn says the ship lane is 2 miles wide. Carriers aren't that big. And then carriers are smaller than the biggest tankers, by the way. Well, I want to be careful on this. They're smaller and definitely smaller in length than the biggest tankers. Smaller in depth than the biggest tankers. How about width? I'm looking online and it says that carriers are wider because they have their big flight deck at their widest point. But I'm looking at the Gerald R. Ford is the biggest carrier, right? Yeah, so I'm seeing online that the Gerald R. Ford is about 330 meters long, whereas like the TI Oceana supertanker is 380 meters long. The Gerald R. Ford is 39 feet, whereas like the TI Oceana modern supertanker is 79 feet deep. Although I don't know if all the supertankers can fit through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a whole other question. Yes. For what it's worth, I am seeing one article online that says, hold on. It's raining again. Gemini AI says the biggest tankers can fit through the Strait of Hormuz, but it requires precise navigation. Anyways, it's an interesting question. Thanks, Michelle, for asking. Let's see here. Just Data says, is Iran only hitting targets with U.S. ownership? Well, you mean in like the Gulf? I mean, they hit the major gas facility owned by Qatar, which I don't believe has U.S. ownership. At I have to look up what the name of it is. Ras Laffan. They significantly damaged Ras Laffan gas facility, and that's not owned by the U.S. Now, there may be connections with the U.S. in these places, but it's not just U.S. owned. Noob says Western Allied. I don't know all the targets they did. I'd have to go back and research it and check. Let's see here. So I was trying to get through some of the messages. People send a lot of messages and try to get to some of them. I had to turn down the volume because it was raining. CBS News says the U.S. is preparing to deploy elements of the 82nd Airborne Division into the Middle East. Have we heard about that yet? I don't know. Somebody messaged me about that. Who messaged me about that? SK messaged me. Thanks, SK. The 82nd Airborne Division is a U.S. Army Airborne Infantry Division that specializes in parachute assault based in Fort Bragg. So again, CBS says the U.S. is preparing to deploy elements of the 82nd Airborne Division into the Middle East region. I think there was an article a couple of weeks ago in the Washington Post that talked about that division. Hold on. That we read on the air. Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago, the Washington Post reported that the Army canceled a major training exercise for the 82nd Airborne Division. The Army, so this was a couple of weeks ago, the Washington Post reported that the elite 82nd Airborne Division is awaiting new orders after an unexpected change of plans. That the Army canceled a major training exercise for the headquarters element of an elite paratrooper unit, fueling speculation within the Defense Department that soldiers specializing in ground combat and a range of other missions may be sent to the Middle East as the conflict with Iran widens. The 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina includes a brigade combat team of about 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers ready to deploy on 18 hours' notice for missions as varied as seizing airfields and other critical infrastructure, reinforcing U.S. embassies, and enabling emergency evacuations. So we'll have to keep an eye out. I haven't heard it reporting that the 82nd Airborne is heading to the Middle East yet, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Thanks E1991M, who says, thank you to all of our veterans. Thank you, E1991M. Yes, thanks to all the veterans for their service. Thanks D. Zanis2, who says, Marines will go for the islands and the strait. Around the strait or and the strait? The islands around the strait, not the strait itself. You're saying that, I mean, that's been speculated that there's a number of islands around the strait. Thanks R.M. Gibbs for the memberships. I really appreciate that, R.M. Gibbs. Thanks Cosmic Brownies. And thanks to Samuel DeMarco, who said the 82nd deployed at the beginning of the war. I don't believe that's the case, Samuel. I don't believe they have deployed. Again, just to go over what I was mentioning before, CBS News has a report today saying the U.S. is preparing to deploy elements of the 82nd Airborne Division into the Middle East region. Anyway, thank you to Samuel DeMarco. Samuel says the 2 amphibious units in ships will not transit Strait of Hormuz until secured. Samuel also thinks the U.S. is going to, that the 82nd Airborne would be the ones, if any, to seize Karg Island. That's what Samuel thinks. Thanks so much, Samuel DeMarco. One of our viewers, somewhat damaged, says they think they are sending all of the above. Just a reminder of the different islands there. There is Iran. There's the Persian Gulf here. Strait of Hormuz here. You have Keshim Island here, about 60 miles long. Hormuz Island. Larak Island. There's an island right there. All these islands in the area. Kish Island is over here, and then up here is Karg Island, hundreds of miles away. Walt says it's going to go far beyond any island. Ariel Oserin reports, he's with I-24 News English, that the Saudi Arabia has shot down 48 drones in the kingdom's eastern province, its key oil region. They have shot down 48 drones since this afternoon. Zane Isaiah says, after the island is conquered, I think Trump will visit the island. Maybe we'll do a quick poll because we haven't done one yet. People like the polls. Thanks also D. Zanis 2, who thinks the 82nd will secure islands around Strait after jarheads assault them. Thanks also Flying High, who says during COVID, Brent fell to $9 a barrel. I'd have to look that up. I am seeing that Brent crude hit, one article says $9 to $16 a barrel. From what I'm seeing online, well, I'm seeing some different claims about how low Brent got. I'd have to look this up. I don't know how low it got exactly. I'm not sure. I'm seeing some different claims online. I don't want to give you false information about Brent crude, how low it got during the U.S. Energy Information Administration says that Brent crude fell to $9.12 per barrel during the COVID pandemic. All right, I need to, thank you, Flying High. We're going to do a poll. All right, the poll is will the U.S. try to take Karg Island? Yes or no question? Yes or no question? I am posting it right now. I got to post it on Facebook, though. Oh, I got to put the poll graphic up, too. That's true. Hang on. When I'm able to, I will post the poll on Facebook. Facebook is acting strange. It doesn't seem to be letting me post the poll on Facebook. I'm sorry. Try one more time. Oh, there it is. Okay, I asked you guys, I said, will the U.S. try to take Karg Island? Over on YouTube, here is the current vote there. It is, oopsie, it closed up. Now it's open again. 75% on YouTube say yes. How about on Twitch? 74% say yes. Similar number. Oh, we didn't do the poll graphic. Hold on, I got to do the poll graphic. There it is. People thinking about yes or no. That was the poll graphic. Hang on, let me just see what Facebook said. Facebook says 82% say yes on Facebook. Facebook is 82% yes. So the large majority of you think this is happening. What's happening now? Hold on. Camera's moving. Are there planes showing up? Planes flying overhead? Thanks for voting in our poll. We're expecting airstrikes in Beirut, by the way, tonight by Israel. Pete Main says, I still cannot believe we are in a war. Thanks to Sobek for your support. Sobek, I hadn't seen that report. Sobek says USA bombers can now fly over France airspace. Was there some report on that today? I haven't seen it. I don't know. Thanks so much, Sobek. Thanks, D. Zanis2 for your support. Says if somebody is standing in your living room with a pistol and you want to go in the kitchen, you have a right. You have to take the guy with the pistol out first. Kurdish one, I've heard nothing about the Kurds launching a ground attack. I've not heard anything about that in recent days. Hasseldahoff thinks we're sitting ducks on Karg Island. There is a rocket attack, rocket alert in northern Israel. Rocket alerts in northern Israel. I assume this is for rockets coming from Lebanon. I assume. Hang on, let me see something here. Let me check something. I don't see a missile pre-alert about missiles coming from Iran. I don't see that at the moment. I just see these alerts, presumably for rockets coming from Lebanon. One of our viewers, Jake, says, I think Karg Island is a decoy. Shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. They are the reason that we can have chat rooms, our moderators. Roberts, May Queen, Leslie, Lady Hawk, Ruth, and Beth Mythical are all moderating on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Huge thank you. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Shannon Davis Hughes on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you so much. And shout out to our Twitch subscribers who support the channel on Twitch, like Sharkingly, Digital Communist, Seed Music, Wall Street Shaggy, Trump's Pool Guy, Captain Raccoon Smasher, Unzwam 1510, Boba J Fett. Thanks for being subscribers. Strong One, Atomic Farting, Sharkingly, did I say Sharkingly? CC, Barcodable, Battle Him Finn, Koagoose, Susan CHF, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, Tenfold, Constant Juicer. Also our YouTube members, people like Roger Shoemaker, JK CNR, James Perry, Evelyn in Maine, Alex, Benny Hill, Luna's Earth Song, Enigmatic MF, Austin Batman, Deadwing, Joseph S.A., Noticer the Great, Andy Incognito, Jane Jones, A.J. Van, Alaskan Lost, Braden Kemp, Stan Benner, Allie B. from Tennessee, Deadwing, Clarence, Nurse M, Roger Shoemaker, Owl Hippie, Truth WSYF, one and only. All of our members over there, thank you. Oh, thanks Nurse M for the gift memberships. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Nurse M if you got memberships from Nurse M. James Badwick, thanks for being a member. Thanks Least Trustworthy Weasel for your support. By the way, months ago we had this thing on YouTube where all of a sudden we stopped seeing people's screen names in the chat. We started seeing, I don't know if it's like profile name or whatever, but it's like people's names followed all by these numbers. Is that just on this channel or is that other channels? Do you guys remember that? Like a few months ago, we started seeing all these numbers. It wasn't using your regular screen name in the chat. It was like blankety blank 33456 profile names. Is that on other channels? It's everywhere? Okay. I just want to make sure it's not just here. Okay. If it were just here, I could say something about it, but yeah, so thanks for letting me know. I just wanted to double check on that. Thanks, Pleiades, our Twitch subscriber. Thank you. Shin says there's another. I'm still seeing reports of explosions in Tehran and Tehran province. Shin is reporting new explosions there. It sounds like new airstrikes in Tehran going on and other parts of Iran. Saudi Arabia has been shooting down a bunch of drones. Look at this. Saudi Arabia reports interception and destruction of 12 drones in the eastern region. That is just a few minutes ago. Then half an hour ago, 10 drones in the eastern region. Then an hour ago, 6 drones in the eastern region. Also, 6 drones in eastern region. 2 hours ago, 5 drones in eastern region. 3 hours ago, 3 drones in eastern region. Stream of drones. Iran firing into Saudi Arabia. is right now 2:13 Israel and Lebanon time, 3:43 Iran time. Sounds like some gunfire. Oh, was that a strike? Was that an airstrike? Is there an airstrike? Did it just happen? Look, the camera's moving around. Is that smoke on the bottom left there? Smoke on the bottom left. You can see it. There was just a strike. There was just a strike. There it is. Hold on. Hang on. So we have a strike in Beirut. Oh, there was a flash? I'll have to rewind it. Was there a flash? It's on both cameras. Was this a roof knock strike? Like a warning strike? It could be a warning strike too. Let me rewind this for a second. People saw a flash. Where was the flash? Hold on. I'm gonna replay this. This is moments ago. Hold on. Watch. I'm replaying it. I went back like a minute. Can we see it here? Hold on. I'm trying to look and put up moments ago at the same time. I'm gonna miss it. Tell me if I miss it. This is moments ago. Oh, I just saw it right there. That's it. Hold on. We just saw it, right? Let's play it up. Let's play it again. Right there. Oh, you can see it. Watch. Watch. Look at the horizon. Right there. There it was. That might have been a warning, a roof knock strike to tell the people to get away from the building. Okay, let's go to live now. Now we're live. Now we're live. Let me see what the Lebanon outlets are saying. Hold on. Listen. 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 Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, you can see it on the small, like right there on the small camera right there. Did you guys see that? I'll have to replay it for you. We saw it on the small camera right there. There it is. There it is. I'll have to replay that for you. But we saw it on camera too. Just saw it. Change the brightness on this one real quick. Again, I'll replay that for you, but we just saw that right now. Hang on, I need to grab that for you. That just happened. 11:21. Let me grab the replay of that for you. Oh, hold on. 10:11. All right, so we just saw a strike in Lebanon right now. Gonna get a replay for you so we can show it to you again. But we just saw it. I'll have that clip for you shortly. I need to clip it so I can make it big. Okay, I have it in front of me. I have it here. So let me get this up for you. Hang on. Something else happening? Or no? Sometimes you can hear it come in. I didn't get it. Oh, that's stupid. Sorry, I did the wrong one. I clipped the wrong thing. I clipped the wrong thing. That was stupid. Let's try this again. 1701, 1651. So I'll get that clip for you. Give it a minute. Thank you so much to Frozen Ghost for the memberships. Thanks, Frozen Ghost. And also Coops2 for the memberships. Thank you, Coops2. Also, Jenny Ann for being a member. Thanks, Stephen Kish, who says, saw a flash. Thank you, Stephen Kish. Also, Benjula Holmes, who says, has anybody made any lifestyle changes, like delayed vacations and changed investments? She says, I am living the same, thankfully. Thank you, Benjula Holmes. I think I have the video now. Yeah, I have the video. I got it. I'm getting it queued up for you guys. Should be there. Where is it? Where's that flash? It's weird. Hang on. Yeah, that should be... I have a clip, and I thought it was the right clip, but is it the right clip? Looks like it's not. All right, give me a moment. I gotta download another clip. I'm sorry. It's just 1707. I'm working on getting you that clip. Okay, let's try this one. Let's try this next one. Ah, that wasn't the right. The one I downloaded was not the right one. So we got to try this one now. I got it. I got it. I got the clip. All right, here is the clip. I'm going to show you this. We're going to go to moments ago. Moments ago. We're going to get rid of the video. We're going to get rid of the audio from this. All right, audio off. Now let's show you moments ago, and let's show you this clip of what happened. Put the audio on here. Oops, we need to say moments ago. See, it says moments ago. This is Beirut. Right? Look at that. Wow. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm going to show you that again. Let me replay that for you. Whoa. Let me pause it for a second. Right. Look at that. Wow. That was a few minutes ago. John NR thinks it's about 3/4 of a mile from the camera because of the audio delay. So again, attack on a Hezbollah target. They said they were going to be attacking in the southern suburbs of Beirut. They said people should leave, and we just saw one right there. We're going to go back to the live shot now. Let's go back to the live shot. So that was the clip. Now we need to go live. That is live right there. Oh, the Israeli army actually, I think, announced that they're attacking Beirut. Hold on. Again. Israeli army, the IDF is currently striking Hezbollah terrorist organization targets in Beirut. New announcement from Israel that they are carrying out strikes on Beirut. The IDF is currently striking Hezbollah terrorist organization targets in Beirut. So we very well might see more in the coming minutes. News update. I have an update for you. Hang on. Let me just see if this is being reported. Hold on. A little bit, I have an update for you. All right, are you ready for the news update? The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran fired 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, a joint U.S.-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Neither of the missiles hit the base, but the move marked a significant attempt by Iran to reach far beyond the Middle East and threaten U.S. interests. Again, that's a new report from the Wall Street Journal. Iran fired 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, a joint U.S.-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, say multiple U.S. officials. Neither of the missiles hit the base, but the move marked a significant attempt by Iran to reach far beyond the Middle East and threaten U.S. interests. They say one of the missiles failed in flight, and a U.S. warship intercepted the other. Oh no, a U.S. warship fired an interceptor. It's unclear if the interceptor made an interception. Iran's targeting of Diego Garcia, about 4,000 kilometers from Iran, implies its missiles have a greater range than Tehran has previously acknowledged. Wow. It is located on a remote island in the British Indian Ocean territory. Hang on a moment here. I need a moment. Crap. Hold on 1 second here. I'll take some of your comments. Again, the Wall Street Journal says Iran's targeting of Diego Garcia, about 4,000 kilometers from Iran, implies its missiles have a greater range than Tehran has previously acknowledged. Let me show you on a map where this is. So, new report from the Wall Street Journal. Diego Garcia. That's an island in the Indian Ocean. Wow, look at this. Look at this. Diego Garcia is down here, and Iran is all the way over here. There's Iran, and there's Diego Garcia. Wow. See, it says Iran here and Diego Garcia here. Report. Iran fired 2 missiles at U.S.-UK base on Diego Garcia. Where's the base? There it is right there, right? I assume. It is a militarized atoll. But look at this. Look at how far away it is from Iran. Iran's up here. I mean, if I just use the distance measurement, we're talking about, 2,400 miles. So let's talk more about that. I gotta turn this down. I gotta turn this down. Give me a moment. Give me one moment. Put this up here. I'll take some comments too. I just need to get organized here. Update. I didn't even see this. Let's see here. All right, so again, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran fired 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles at the joint U.S.-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean on Diego Garcia, which is... Hold on, did we just see a flash? Was there just a flash? Was there just another strike in the distance there, guys? Did we just see another strike in the distance? I thought I saw a little flash. Maybe? I didn't hear anything. Oh, we just saw a flash. Well, that could be lightning. It could be lightning because it's been raining there. So we might hear lightning as well. Because we've been seeing a lot of lightning in recent days. But I thought maybe there could be a roof knock strike. We'll keep an eye on this. But again, Iran, according to the Wall Street Journal, Iran fired 2 missiles at the joint U.S.-UK base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, about 2,400 miles away. They say it marked a significant attempt by Iran to reach far beyond the Middle East and threaten U.S. interests. The Wall Street Journal says one of the missiles failed in flight and the other was shot at by a ship, a U.S. ship, but it's unclear if an interception was made. So I don't know what happened to the second missile. And this implies Iran's missiles have greater range than Iran has previously acknowledged. They say the foreign minister of Iran said last month that Iran has deliberately limited the range of its missiles to 2,000 kilometers, but this is about 4,000 kilometers. The Wall Street Journal does quote a research group, it looks like, the Iran Watch group, that says Iran has missiles that can reach 4,000 kilometers. Diego Garcia is a strategic base which hosts bombers, nuclear from which the U.S. has bombers, nuclear subs, and guided missile destroyers. I got to turn down the volume. So again, big new report from the Wall Street Journal. We'll see if other outlets report this as well. I want to take some comments from you guys on this. Will President Trump post about this on Truth Social? Frank Pellegrino says they're going after the UK next. One of our viewers, Darren, says all of Europe is in range. So the point that our viewers are saying is, let me do this here. Okay, so there's Diego Garcia. There's Diego Garcia down here. See, Iran, Diego Garcia. So I don't know what the distance is in the other direction, but that's about, I mean, to the center of Iran, it's roughly, I mean, this is going to have to be a rough estimate. You know, about, well, I don't know where, they could have fired it from southern Iran. If they fired, it's, well, we're talking about 2,400 miles if they fired it from southern Iran. So how long is it from, like, you know, from northern Iran to the UK? I think that's what people are saying. It's about 2,700 miles. I don't know, you know, the specifics on where it was fired from and how many of these they have and where, if they have places to fire from the north. But, you know, so I don't know if it, in theory, could reach the UK or not. But if not, it would get close. One of the viewers said it seems like a proof of concept launch. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, well, I'm sure Iran wouldn't be upset if they hit, but it also might just be to send a message as well. Thanks, Axlinger. Axlinger says, looks like this is going to continue to evolve into one hell of a mess. Thanks also, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda thinks U.S. and Israel knew they had more range, thus why they cannot have nukes potentially attached to them. A geopolitical reset is happening, folks. Stay tuned. Thanks also, Real Bilbo Baggins, for your support. Thanks also, Sobek. Sobek says Iran has space programs so that distance is not too far. Again, it looks like there was one group that the Wall Street Journal quoted that said that they thought Iran had missiles that go about that far. Another group said they thought it was a bit less. But it's more than they've publicly acknowledged. Thank you also, Nufi CDN, thank you, and Samana Bidala. Who talks about missiles reaching Germany and Europe. I mean, again, you know, it certainly seems like it could reach, I don't know where it has to launch from. I mean, if you could launch from northwestern Tehran, it could probably get to Germany. So, but I'm not a missile expert, but I'm just kind of eyeballing the distances here. I don't know how many of these they have, but if this is true, they've done it. They've shown that they are willing to do it. Thanks to Raymond045. Thank you, Lemmy F, who thinks Mojtaba is no longer alive. That's what Lemmy thinks, the official supreme leader. Thanks also, God is King, who says, Does the Revolutionary Guard notify any country before bombing them, or is it just Israel and U.S. that does this? Well, Israel doesn't do it in every case. They sometimes do it in these bombings. They sometimes do roof knocks in some parts of Lebanon, for example. They would do it in some parts of Gaza. It just depends on the situation. If they're going after personnel, they're not going to warn them in advance. This is an evacuated area. They've already told people to get out of the area. So in certain cases, they do it. I don't know about, I can't speak to other militaries, how they operate in this kind of environment. I don't know. Thank you, God is king. I mean, look, several years ago, after the U.S. killed Soleimani, reportedly, when Iran responded with missiles, they actually gave a heads up that they were going to do so in advance. But I don't know all the specifics. Thank you, Weasel Acres. I have to eat kind of soon. I'll eat soon. Haven't eaten yet. Thanks, Jenny Ann. Faytux News says this would put numerous bases across Europe within range of Iranian missiles. OSINT Technical says, in theory, this kind of missile range could target sites in Central Europe. As Faytux News points out, I don't know when these missiles were fired on the US-UK base, but as Faytux News points out, the UK recently approved allowing the US to use the air base to strike Iranian sites threatening the Strait of Hormuz. Let me get you that story that Faytux News is referring to. UK approves US use of British bases to strike Iran missile sites targeting ships. That's a story from today. I don't know if when these missiles were fired, if they were fired today or not. If it's true they were fired. So Reuters had reported, for example, that the British government gave authorization. Oh, Downing Street, where is it here? I can show you the statement I can read the statement from Downing Street. Yes, right here. This is the official statement from the UK. Here. The agreement for the U.S. to use UK bases in the collective self-defense of the region includes U.S. defensive operations to degrade the missile sites and capabilities being used to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that the new part of it right there? I think. Yes, this is. I guess this is new. It's authorization for the U.S. to use military bases in Britain to carry out strikes on Iranian missile sites that are attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know if they specifically had that authorization before. Reuters says that's new. Yes, the Hill said the same thing, that it's new. The UK will allow the US to use British military bases to carry out strikes against Iranian missile sites being used to target ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Previously, they had given a more limited permission to the U.S. to use UK bases. I forget the exact permission parameters. The previous one was destroying Iranian missiles at the source, I believe. I don't know if I want to go down this road of trying to get into all the specifics of what specifically they said and how it differed from the previous one. But from the reporting, it was an expansion that they announced. Oh, so BBC says previously, before today, the UK had only allowed US forces to use UK bases for defensive operations to prevent Iran firing missiles that put British interests or lives at risk. It changed today to allow the US to use British bases to launch strikes on Iranian sites that are targeting the Strait of Hormuz. Hang on a moment, guys. All right, so just to mention this again, because I think it's an important story. There is Diego Garcia, roughly 2,400 miles south of Iran. There is a joint UK-US base on Diego Garcia. in the Indian Ocean. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran fired 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles at the joint U.S.-UK base on Diego Garcia. The Wall Street Journal is saying that one missile failed in flight. The other one, a U.S. warship fired an interceptor at the other one, but it's unclear if it was intercepted. This is, and it's about 2,400 miles away, and that implies that Iran's missiles have a greater range than Iran has previously acknowledged. The previously acknowledged range, Iran has previously said they limited their range to 2,000 kilometers, but this is about 4,000 kilometers. The Wall Street Journal calls this a significant attempt by Iran to reach far beyond the Middle East and threaten U.S. interests. Our viewer Exploit Gods thinks it's big news. Robin Bishop Willard says that's a long range. Reuters is reporting the story now. Well, they're reporting that the Wall Street Journal reported it. Thanks so much to Craig Krantz. Craig Krantz, thanks for your support. Eliza Jane says, I am not shocked this increased range was discussed before the war started. I'm going to have to make some food soon. I haven't eaten yet. GMI, who I follow, Global Military Info, thinks that the missile firings at Diego Garcia could be an undisclosed system that Iran has. Michelle Batten thinks Trump needs to call the war off now. Hang on. Yeah, I'm going to have to make some food in a minute. Take 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer. Because I have not eaten. Give me a minute, though. Where else might they fire their missiles if they have more of those? All right, hold on. That's not working well. Hang on. Everything's a little slow here. I need to... Give me a second, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second here. Got to just do a little resetting here. Get rid of the clock for a second. I need to reset something. Do a quick reset. Let's try this again. Hang on. Oopsie. Okay, that's back up. Now I have to get back up on the screen this and better. We need to get this. Okay. Thanks for your patience. By the way, thank you to Bad Doge for the memberships. That's so nice of you, Bad Doge. Thank you so much. Thank you also, New Creation. New Creation says alleged is best until actual evidence presented. Yeah, so right now we have a report from the Wall Street Journal that Iran fired these 2 missiles at Diego Garcia. It has not been confirmed. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. She says, is it part of Eastern Africa? Diego Garcia So what's going on with Diego Garcia is they're a British overseas territory, but a treaty to transfer sovereignty from the UK to, is it Mauritius? An island country in the Indian Ocean? Probably saying it wrong. Mauritius was signed last year with the provision that the military base would remain under British control for at least 99 years. The UK government expected the treaty to be ratified sometime this year. Thanks. Sorry, that Wikipedia, that's from the Wikipedia article on Diego Garcia. I think President Trump has been saying that the British shouldn't do this. They shouldn't give it up. I believe President Trump has posted about that before, but I don't want to get into that right now. Maybe we can talk about that after I eat. Thank you to Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. Carolyn Phelps, thank you. New Creation, thank you. New Creation says it's a possible false flag and nothing proves it was Iran. Well, we'll have to wait and see if what gets reported about this. Again, right now, the only one reporting it is the Wall Street Journal. They said they talked to multiple U.S. officials. Now, I wonder what Iran will say about it. Will Iran deny it? I don't know. Because you might think the administration will say, see, we told you they were a threat, or something like that. All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 5 minutes and put food in the air fryer. I need 5 minutes, around 5 minutes. I'll keep an eye on things as I'm putting the food in the air fryer. Rainy out. By the way, shout out, thanks to Askew Film over on Twitch for subscribing. All right, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay. All right, so I'm in the process of making food, which I'm going to be eating soon, but we're keeping the stream going. Bringing you live updates here. Hey, thanks, by the way. I owe a thank you to David Brazier, Michael Fergal, and David Brazier for the Facebook stars. Thank you so much, Michael Fergal and David Brazier. Brazier, I think it's maybe Brazier. So if you missed it, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran fired 2 missiles at the U.S.-UK joint base on Diego Garcia, about 2,400 miles away from Iran, which would be longer range missiles than they had publicly acknowledged having. The report says one missile failed in flight. The other, well, it says that a U.S. ship shot at the other one, but it's unclear if it was intercepted. Anyways, waiting to get more on that report, see if anybody else reports it. Al Jazeera says new reports of explosions in Tehran and air defense is activated, so there may be new airstrikes going in Tehran right now. Seeing reports of new strikes possibly in Tehran. Let's see here. Excuse me. Oh, do we have a missile warning? Is there a pre-alert? Yes, a pre-alert for, is there a pre-alert? Looks like a pre-alert for southern Israel. Looks like a pre-alert for southern Israel. Missile or missiles fired from Iran at southern Israel, it looks like. I'll be back in about 15 seconds. Hold on. Oh, it's not just southern Israel. It's actually a bunch of Israel, possibly Tel Aviv, but also in the south. Well, so we'll have to see. Central and southern Israel. So I'm gonna get the. Let me get rid of the volume on this, and get rid of the volume on that, and then let me get the Tel Aviv cam big. That's kind of weird. Hang on. So we'll get the Tel Aviv cam up here. That's Tel Aviv. We'll put the volume on. And do I have? Could be Jerusalem too. Well, the only one other I have is in theory, another Tel Aviv cam, which I'll try to get a hold of. But remember, the cameras, they will, if there's an alert, and the news channels are not allowed to show the missiles in the air. But sometimes you get to hear the sound. All right, so we're waiting for the missile alerts that are coming. Unclear exactly where. Oh, so AFP already did the thing where they kill their Tel Aviv feed. So I was getting that ready to put up there too. But the second Tel Aviv feed already got killed by AFP while during the alert. Now hold on a minute here. We're waiting for the. We don't have the actual alerts yet, but. Like possibly central or southern Israel, or both. You never know. Maybe it's multiple missiles. You can check out Intel cams if you'd like as well. Okay, I'm starting to see the alerts. I am seeing some in the south. I am seeing some in the south, as you can see right there. We'll see where they fill in. More in the south now, more in the south. A bunch in the south. Nothing up by Tel Aviv yet. Beersheba in the south right now. It's on the SOFAR map. Oh, and Tel Aviv as well. So let's go to the Tel Aviv cam. Now we should hear sirens, although the problem will be the camera, if it zooms in, then we'll be able to hear it. But I think sometimes it doesn't zoom in and then Reuters will just cut the camera. So I'm kind of hoping it zooms in because that means we'll get to hear it. So you should be hearing sirens soon on this camera. But I have a feeling because it's the middle of the night, it might not zoom in and then Reuters will just cut it. So again, we have actually alerts in the south and in the center. Is that thing moving in the air? What is that light? What's the light in the air? You guys see that light in the air? I don't know what that is. I don't know what the light is. And I don't hear sirens. I don't know. A plane? Maybe it's a plane. It's we're hearing a plane. It might be a plane because we just heard a plane. Now, we haven't even heard sirens yet. No sirens. Normally we would hear sirens, but we haven't. There's still alerts. There's still alerts in the Tel Aviv, south of Tel Aviv, a few. But we never had sirens, so. Let me see if I can find out anything from Israeli media. Now there's some alerts to the west of Jerusalem. But they're not there anymore. I don't see any alerts right now on the screen. I don't see any alerts on the map right now. Let's see what's being said. Thank you, Ray TD, for being a member. I haven't seen updates. I'm looking for more information. Nothing yet. I'm seeing a purported video of possibly an interception that happened. Parallel Universe, who I follow, who is in Israel. Sorry, I follow Parallel Universe in Israel. He says no sirens at my place, but did hear loud consecutive explosions. So there may have been interceptions. I don't know. Yeah, N12 News says there were explosions heard in central Israel. So far, no casualties, says the MDA. No casualties reported so far, according to MDA, says N12 News. I'm going to have to eat soon because my food is ready and I haven't eaten. So I think for the moment, I should keep Beirut and Tel Aviv up there. I think that's going to be the best for you. All right, let me go do that. Maybe I'll keep the sound on from both. Actually, I'll keep the sound off from Tel Aviv. If there's some missile alert, if I see a missile alert for Tel Aviv, I can run in and I can make the screen big. So for now, I gotta eat though. Then I'll come back after I eat. Just let me go do that real quick. Got to do it. All right, thanks for your patience. I'll keep an eye on things while I'm eating. If there's something super big, I can stop eating and rush in. But for now, I'm going to leave it up like this. All right, so I'll be back shortly. I appreciate everybody watching. I'll be back shortly. Let me just turn the volume up a bit here. Okay. All right, I'll be back shortly. Thank you also to Gold Roger. Thank you so much, Gold Roger. Thank you for your patience. I'm back. I saw a couple of reports while I was eating that I wanted to mention. What is this? Excuse me. Hang on. Kuwait is currently confronting missile and drone attacks, just so you know. Once again, as you can see right here, the Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. So, missiles and drones in Kuwait, and/or drones. We'll keep an eye on that. And I also wanted to mention, we got some lightning on the Beirut feeds. Lightning there. Oh, the IDF posted 5 minutes ago. They said following the strikes in Beirut, the IDF is striking Iranian terror regime targets in Tehran. So the IDF says they are now launching strikes in Tehran, which they've been doing earlier, I believe, in the night too. But so Israel airstrikes going on in Tehran now. And CBS News is reporting. First of all, CNN had the similar report to Wall Street Journal. CNN reports that that Iran launched intermediate-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia at a joint U.S.-UK military base. And they said that that launch was Friday morning local time. Friday morning local time, according to CNN, that those missiles were launched. So they're the second outlet to report it. Again, the Wall Street Journal said those missiles did not actually hit the base. It's about 2,400 miles from Iran's coast to Diego Garcia. And that would be a longer, according to the Wall Street Journal, that would be a significantly longer range than Iran had admitted its missiles having. Did Fox News report it as well? Or did they report something else? The other thing I wanted to mention is some of our viewers thinks Russia is supplying missiles to Iran. Isn't that a major escalation, says Joanne Schlicker. It certainly seems like an escalation. I haven't heard any kind of U.S. official reaction to it yet, or UK official reaction. Hey, also the CBS News is reporting. CBS News reports that President Trump is strategizing means to seize Iran's nuclear stockpiles. CBS News says the Trump administration has been strategizing methods and options to secure or extract Iran's nuclear materials. The timing of any such operation remains unclear. Planning has centered on the possible deployment of forces from the secretive Joint Special Operations Command, says CBS News. Will President Trump try to go in to send troops into Iran to get Iran's enriched uranium? As of last year, Iran had they had enough enriched uranium that if it was enriched a bit more, I believe it was enough for around 10 bombs. Not that they had built bombs or shown that they had had the capacity to build bombs. And it is believed that they have it in a bunch of cylinders, I believe, but not, well, as the public, we're not entirely sure where. I don't know if the government knows. I don't know if the U.S. government knows where it is. But there's been talk of the U.S. Could the U.S. try to go in and get it? Some reports claim some of it might be under the ground at sites the U.S. bombed last year. The IAEA said that was that a strike? Is that wind? What are we hearing? What did we just hear? Did we just hear a boom? Or was that wind? Was there a flash? Or was that thunder? Maybe it was thunder. Maybe it was thunder. Okay, it might have been thunder. Maybe it was thunder. People are saying it's thunder. The IAEA estimated that last June, Iran had 440.9 kilograms of uranium enriched up to 60%. So about 900 pounds. People are saying thunder. I want to take some comments from you guys. So all these questions, will President Trump try to somehow open up the Strait of Hormuz by force? Will President Trump try to take Karg Island? where 90% of Iran's oil exports go through? Will President Trump send troops to try to get Iran's enriched uranium? Our viewer Roy thinks we are not leaving without the uranium. More lightning. More lightning. Gary Bain says they are all good questions. D. Blake thinks, of course we will try to get it. That would be quite an involved operation. For example, if it's buried underground, you would need all kinds of... I've seen estimates that you'd need like 1,000 troops, but you would need to protect the troops going in. I've seen multiple analyses that say you would need to either capture an airstrip or build one of your own. You'd have to bring in heavy digging machinery, air defense. There is a claim of fire going on in Kuwait. I don't know if that's happening. I see a claim online of fire in Kuwait. Kuwait did say that they were having drone and missile attacks. Unconfirmed video reports of fire in Kuwait. I don't know if there really is. I think that's thunder. We'll see what we hear about Kuwait. Could Iran have attacked more energy facilities, for example? I don't know. I've seen this report about... Hold on a moment. Kyoto News in Japan. Kyoto News in Japan is claiming that the Iranian foreign minister has said that Tehran is ready to facilitate the passage of Japanese vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. And that negotiations with Japan are ongoing. So maybe Iran is trying to reach a deal with Japan. I don't know what the deal would be. Would Japan pay them to bring the ships through? I don't know. Japan is quite reliant on Middle Eastern energy. Over 90% of Japanese oil imports come from the Middle East. And hang on. Japan gets around 90% of its oil shipments via the Strait of Hormuz, and it relies on the Middle East for about 95% of its oil supplies. And that's from Reuters. And I believe that a lot of their energy just comes from that. Let's see here. Can I get up some background here? Yeah, about 95% of its oil in Japan comes from the Middle East, and around 90% of its oil shipments go through the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait said a missile was shot down. I'll have to look that up, one of our viewers said. Hang on. I gotta look. I am looking for updates here. Yeah, I can't confirm what's going on in Kuwait. I mean, I know that they said they were about 20 minutes ago. I think that's thunder in Kuwait. I think that's thunder in Lebanon. Again, I believe that is thunder in Lebanon. But Kuwait about 20 minutes ago said they were dealing with Iranian missiles and drones. So I don't have any kind of reliable update on what's going on there. Michael Weiss, who is a journalist and analyst I follow, he posted on X today. I'll post his post in the chat, but he said he spoke to a retired U.S. Marine about what it would be like for U.S. troops to try to take Karg Island. And what he said is that some of the things he said are that he thinks that there's only so many places that are suitable for a landing, and the Iranians will plan for this. They will try to attack the transports en route, and they'll try to attack. If it's ships, they'll attack while they unload. They'll attack landing craft as they come from the ships to the beach. The troops will be attacked as they on the beach as well. And once Marines are on Karg Island, they would be attacked there too. So a lot of danger in such an operation. And for not just the beginning of the operation, but once they're on the island. He's just saying that there's challenges. You can read. I posted a link to the post. I'll post the link again if you want to read it. Yeah, so they could come by the air or by ship. Gurian thinks they'll drop troops in by the air. But the point about them, if they come through the air, well, a couple things about that. So I guess they could come through the air, but if Iran thinks they might come through the air, couldn't they be targeted as they're coming through the air? And certainly once they're on the island, they could be targeted from the mainland. But I'm wondering if they how would that work? If they're coming through the air, but it is known they might come through the air. Eric Johnson says, how are they going to attack with those A-10s flying around? They shred everything. John Miller says they don't need to put troops in. I think it would be folly. Our viewer Bob Van Gorder says, here we go again. More rain. United Airlines AP says United Airlines prepares for oil to reach $175 per barrel. The airline CEO said the company is also preparing for oil not to return to $100 a barrel until the end of next year. The United Airlines CEO said in a message to United employees today that jet fuel prices have more than doubled in the last 3 weeks and could cost the airline $11 billion a year if they remain where they are now. Of the worst case assumption, which I guess is $175 a barrel, Kirby says, I think there's a good chance it won't be that bad, but there isn't much downside for us preparing for that outcome. It is about Iran. It's in Iran. It's 6:06 a.m. Iran time. Uh-oh. We have to switch feeds for a second. Let's switch the feeds. I think they're going to put that. I think they'll put that feed we were just watching on a different feed. So I have to go get the new feed, I think. Hold on. Where are they putting that one? Yeah, so I'll get you the. We'll get that feedback, but I got to get the. I got to get the new one. Hold on. In the meantime, we want to take this one off. We want to put. I think we want to put this one. Make this one bigger. Let's make this one bigger. There we go. One moment. We have this. Let's take this, put that like that. Thank you. Now what's happening? That's better. I am seeing some reports of explosions in recent minutes. When was this from? Well, in the last hour or so from Iran. Israel said it's carrying out more strikes in Tehran. Sorry, I'm just checking up on a couple things here. Been a lot of rain the last few days from Beirut. Oh, I owe thanks to a couple people. Sorry, I got delayed thanking people. Thanks to Colin and Badam. Thanks, Colin, for your support, for the memberships, and for your support. Thank you so much, Colin. I'm not reading that right. I'm reading that totally wrong. It's like Colin and then 4 L's and Colin Landbadam with some extra L's in there. Thanks, Colin. Also, Old Mountain Man X, who says Russia would resupply Iran with uranium that USA takes. Remember, this is a highly enriched uranium. Thank you, Old Mountain Man X. Thank you. Sorry. McKinder 101. How does the cruise industry deal with ID issues going port to port, especially in American ports? I don't know anything about this, McKinder. Is there something related to the war you're asking about? Like you're worried somebody who's not supposed to, who's up to no good might try to get on a cruise ship? I don't know the specifics, McKinder, though. Thank you, McKinder. Put it this way, I'm sure the U.S. government is aware that ships could be a risk for people trying to get into the country. So I'm sure the U.S. government keeps an eye on that. I don't know how they handle it, though. Do you have to go through like I've never taken a cruise. Do you have to go through like immigration control when you take a cruise? Like you do on a plane? That I don't know. Someone in the chat will know. Thanks Super Stoiber, who says, I believe things will get interesting between China and Russia with US and NATO from autumn onwards. The signs point toward Taiwan, Baltic states. Wow. Thanks Super Stoiber. Some of our viewers said, one of our viewers said, yes. Yes, you have to go through customs. They have customs. Okay. People are saying you have to go through customs for a cruise. No, I was just one of the viewers asked. Just a passport? It depends on the cruise. Anyways, the viewer had asked about it, so. Hold on. Thanks to Matt Morgan, our member. Thanks Lance Thornton. Thanks Rob Peasy, who says, do people understand the gravity geopolitically of this? Thanks Ray TD. Tactical says Iran will keep flicking toothpicks until the end of time. Interesting charts here on Institute for the Study of War. They have missile and drones launched by Iran at different countries, at Bahrain, at Kuwait, at Saudi Arabia, at the UAE. It's interesting. In the recent days, it hasn't really gone down. I mean, this here is the UAE, and clearly the missiles and drones. The drones are in gold, missiles in green. They were initially much higher, but for drones, it's kind of been pretty steady there the last couple weeks. Then Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Arabia today was around 80 drones or something like that. One of the viewers said it was a lot. It was more. It was dozens. So the drone numbers don't seem to be really dropping. You can see Kuwait drones more in the last week than previously. I mean, a bunch on the first day. I'll post a link where you can get these charts here. No, the missiles did not hit the base at Diego Garcia, according to the reports. Oh, I didn't see this. The New York Times reported, so yesterday, earlier today, I think it was, the U.S. said that it hit another, what it called a narco trafficking boat. Was that last night or this morning? Where was it? I reposted the Central Command post. Can I find it? Did they take it down? No, it's right here. On March 19th, at the direction of Southcom Commander General Francis L. Donovan, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a low-profile vessel operated by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the low-profile vessel was transiting along known narco-trafficking routes in the Eastern Pacific and was engaged in narco-trafficking operations. The three narco-terrorists survived the strike. Following the engagement, Southcom immediately notified the U.S. Coast Guard to activate the search and rescue system for the survivors. So the New York Times reported today that Costa Rica, the U.S. Coast Guard said it recovered 2 dead bodies and 1 survivor, and turned them over to Costa Rica's Coast Guard. Costa Rica said that the survivor, who was seriously injured, was taken for medical treatment. Matthew says at least now we're doing search and rescue. User thinks Iran is planning something huge in the next 48 hours. More lightning. In case you missed it, President Trump did say today, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. And he talks about completely degrading their missile capacity, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them, destroying Iran's defense industrial base, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry, never allowing them to get close to nuclear capability, and always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. Then he said, the Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then he said something else about a military operation being easy earlier today when he said, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They don't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that fight is militarily won, with very little danger for them. They complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay. They don't want to help open up the Strait of Hormuz. A simple military maneuver. That is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. So he's calling it a simple military maneuver to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Iran time is about 6:24 a.m. right now. Yeah, 6:25 Iran time, a.m. Dude Rain says it's been more than 3 weeks. I think it's another like 3 hours until the 3-week mark. I think it was around 1 a.m. Eastern time when the U.S. and Israel started to attack. Black Irish mentioned, reporter Barack Ravid talked about. So we told you today that the U.S. announced it is temporarily lifting some sanctions on Iranian oil. Here, look. U.S. allows 30-day of sale of Iran oil at sea in a bid to tame prices. That's from Reuters. They say the Trump administration waived sanctions on the purchase of Iranian oil at sea for 30 days today in its latest attempt to ease oil prices that have been driven up by the war. The waiver will bring some 140 million barrels of oil to global markets and help relieve pressure on energy supply. The license says Iranian oil can be imported into the United States under the waiver when necessary to complete its sale or delivery. The U.S. has not meaningfully imported Iranian oil since Washington imposed measures after the 1979 revolution. It is unclear whether any Iranian oil will end up in the U.S. as a result of the waiver. So again, this is a temporary waiving of sanctions on Iran. Barack Ravid said this. Now, Barack Ravid says the U.S. to allow Iran to get around $14 billion in oil revenue. Now, Scott Bessent, the director of the Treasury, said Iran will have difficulty accessing any revenue generated from this. I don't know why that's the case. Barack Ravid reports from Axios he thinks this is a huge financial concession to Iran by the U.S. I'm not an expert on this world of sanctions and oil. Thanks, Black Irish, for messaging in about that. Black Irish thinks, our viewer Black Irish thinks the temporary lifting of sanctions is about market manipulation and personal investments by Trump and his cronies. That's what our viewer Black Irish thinks. Saudi Arabia reporting shooting down more drones. Interception and destruction of 5 drones. They've been shooting down a bunch while we've been on the air. in the eastern region. Roger Shoemaker thinks the Obama deal was way better than this mess. That's what our viewer Roger says. Again, in a couple hours, we'll start week 4 of this war. Wow. Ruth says kind of a whiteout. You know. Shout out to our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate it. We have Ruth is moderating right now on this rainy Friday night, Saturday morning there. Thank you, Ruth. Where is, hold on a second here. Thanks also to for modding Idaho Star, Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Big thank you. Thank you, JC Thunder, for subscribing as well. Thanks, Big Dog Gaming, for your support. Thank you also to Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks, Diane Allworth, for being a subscriber. Christy Claft as well. And Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Our viewer, by the way, more lightning. Thanks, M. Roe-Durham. M. Roe-Durham, thank you. Also, the Paul G3, who says Trump suspended the Jones Act. Wasn't that a couple days ago? That was on Wednesday. The White House, AP says the White House said President Trump would waive for 60 days the Jones Act requirements for goods shipped between U.S. ports to be moved on U.S. flagged vessels. That law, designed to protect the American shipbuilding sector, is often blamed for making gas more expensive. So he suspended the act for 60 days to try to keep gas prices down. More lightning. I need just a 1 minute here. 1 minute. Oopsie. Oh no. All right, hang on. Give me just 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Oops, that looks terrible. Hang on 1 minute. I have a question. So, you know, we've heard talk that President Trump might try to take Karg Island, or certainly President Trump, you would think, would try to do something to open up the Strait of Hormuz, right? And talk about whether President Trump could send troops in to get the enriched uranium from Iran. And, you know, we've heard the last few days, last week we heard, I think about a week ago, we heard of several thousand new troops moving to the Middle East from the Indo-Pacific, including like 2,000 Marines. And now there's also these reports that like about 2,500 Marines are going to the Middle East from California. So I think like sort of a common thought is like, well, maybe when all those new Marines get there and those new ships and new soldiers get there, then Trump might do something. But do you think there's any chance that like it could happen sooner than that? Because I mean, the Marines who are leaving, who just recently left, I guess, from California, that's the story. It'll take them a while to get there. So is there any chance that it's just sort of like a misdirect in that, like, oh, it's going to happen sooner than that? And Trump has said, like it's we're getting the war. It's gonna be over soon. But it seems like if you're waiting a couple weeks for Marines to arrive, that really extends the timing of it. So I don't know. Dream Crit says you never know. You can't predict Trump. Sharking Lee thinks next weekend the first assault group arrives around Wednesday, Thursday. Amy Celeste says, I think Karg Island is a red herring. Brandon Berg says, I always pick Friday nights. He acts when Congress can't respond for 2 days. Well, Congress can respond whenever. Do you mean like the markets? CJ says, I don't think they're going to take Karg Island. We did a poll before. It's about 3/4 of you thought that the U.S. was going to try to take Karg Island. Yes, some Marines left Asia for the Middle East, I think like days ago. And from what I read, they're supposed to show up next week. I guess because like my thought is that like, we've talked about this, but we could just have, is it just like 2 weeks more of like kind of the status quo while the U.S. plans and sets up doing whatever it's going to do? I don't know. Casa says, the element of surprise, for all we know, we could be tonight. He loves the weekends. I mean, would you be shocked this weekend if sometimes he posts, hey, we went in and got the uranium or something? I don't. That's going to be a big. The thing about that is that's a bad example because, again, if uranium is buried somewhere, that's going to be a major operation. You're talking about airlifting in like heavy machinery and preparing the battle. You'd have to prepare the area where you're going to send troops in. You'd presumably need an airfield. That would be very involved. I mean, Karg Island, the things we're talking about, that's the other thing. See, I guess where this is different than, say, last year where the U.S. Bombed those nuclear sites in Iran, that was a one-off. And you could just send the bombers in, they go do that, and they leave. Taking Karg Island or going to get deeply buried nuclear material or opening up the Strait of Hormuz, that's not some kind of 3-hour operation, any of these things. It's going to be it would take time, a lot of resources, prep work. So, I mean, I don't see how he could announce that all of a sudden without any idea that it's coming. So it's probably not a great question. I mean, if they had the enriched uranium sitting on a table somewhere, I guess someone could maybe go get it, but I don't know. My guess is they don't. That's not my understanding. I keep seeing these claims that, well, I don't know if about an hour ago, Kuwait said they were under drone and missile attack. I don't know if anything is hit. Oh, hold on. Did the Kuwaiti army say that they're dealing with this again? I think, did the Kuwaiti army post something else? Hey guys, look, another post from the Kuwaiti Army. Once again, the Kuwaiti Army air defenses are currently intercepting hostile missile and drone attacks. We've seen several of these such posts from them. The last one they posted was, well, actually it was posted about an hour ago. About an hour ago, they posted the same thing. SR does not think Trump is going to land troops. Hey, thanks to Fabio Ferreira. That's really nice of you, Fabio. Thank you. Twisted Doobie says Marine cousin is in Jordan, King Faisal Air Base. Thanks to your cousin for your cousin's service. Art Club thinks they'll start a ground invasion soon. You know, I actually have a Jerusalem camera too. That's interesting. Little thunder. There you go. Kina Rose says, can't help thinking of those poor civilians in Lebanon, no homes, stuck out in the rain with nothing. Well, about 15% of the population of Lebanon has been displaced since the start of this war. 15%. Now, I hope they found other places to live, but it's like 1 out of 6 or 7 people is displaced in Lebanon, because Israel has said it's attacking certain areas and told people to leave. BBN says an estimated around 1 million people. Yeah, that sounds around what I've heard too. It is almost 7 a.m. Iran time. Getting light there, you see, in Israel on the top. Oh, I was going to show you the Jerusalem shot. I got the Jerusalem shot. Hang on a moment. Look, it's Jerusalem. Oops, you can't see it yet. You'll see it in a second. More lightning. Oh, you know what? This camera doesn't need to be so bright up there. I had the brightness on extra high. There we go. That's better. Sorry. Thanks, Amy Cluck, for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Amy Cluck. We'll see if Iran reaches some sort of deal with other countries. Again, Kyoto News Japan is claiming, where'd it go? Kyoto News Japan is claiming that the Iranian foreign minister said Tehran is ready to facilitate the passage of Japanese vessels through the Strait of Hormuz and that negotiations with Japan are ongoing. That brightness is on too. Alerts. Missile warning Early warning. This is for southern Israel. A missile fired from Iran, missile or missiles, at southern Israel, apparently. So we're expecting to see alerts in the coming minutes in southern Israel, guys. We will put the alerts up. They're not there yet. I don't have a southern Israel feed. But if it happens to be, if it ends up a little more north in Jerusalem, we can put that on. Thank you, Waltham Mass. That's really nice of you. Thanks for the memberships. Waltham Mass, thank you. I appreciate that. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership or a gift subscription. We're waiting for the alerts any moment now. I don't know if Intel Cams has a southern cam. Oopsie. All right, again, I have the map on because at some point in the coming minutes, you're going to see the alerts pop on the map. Big Fuzzy says it is super foggy out there. Thank you, the David Holland. Thanks so much, the David Holland. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. Also, hey, AZ Intel's dad, thank you so much for all your support. So nice of you. AZ Intel's dad, thank you. That really is AZ Intel's dad. All right, we're waiting for. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. We have rocket alerts, missile alerts. You can see there, Negev Nuclear Research Center is there. But they're the current missile alerts for southern Israel on so far red alert map. You see any more? Yeah, I don't think it's I don't have any evidence. Now, Dimona, there's a nuclear plant in Dimona, isn't there? I'm not saying they're targeting it. So, I'll have to check on that. So you can see right here where these alerts are coming in on the SOFAR map. I'm hearing them on my phone as well. Oh, AZ Intel's dad just gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you. Make sure you thank AZ Intel's dad for the memberships. Also, Gold Roger K1I. Thank you, Gold Roger. Much appreciated. Thank you. All right, you can see these alerts. You can see the alerts where they are. I'll have to check and see if there's any updates on the missiles. I don't have a camera from there. They're still there. They're still on the screen. The alerts are still there. Still 2 of them. Oh, since Shaf gave 10 people memberships too. That's really nice of you, Shaf. Thanks, Shaf. And Turned Off. Thank you so much, Turned Off, for your support. Very kind of you. Much appreciated. Still seeing those alerts up there. I will check in a second to see if we see anything from Israeli media about what's going on. Thanks to Shymek 2018. Thank you, Shymek. I appreciate that, Shymek. Thank you. They're still up there. I will check in a second to see what's going on. I check right now. Now there's 1 left. All right, the alerts are all off. The alerts are off the screen. Now let's see if there's reporting about what happened. N12 News says it's the 3rd time tonight launches have been carried out towards southern Israel. I have yet to see reporting about what happened with this missile alert. Were there any missiles? Did they get shot down? I'm looking. No rain. Where'd the rain go? One of our viewers, Chris, said, bring back the rain. Cleared out. I'm still waiting for any kind of updates on what happened with this missile alert. I haven't heard anything. Oh, thanks, Ali Yatorik. Hold on. Thanks, Ali Yatorik. Nope, I don't have an update. I don't have an update yet. Thank you, Ali Yatorik. I appreciate that. Thanks for shouting out our mods, too. Oh, I didn't update this. Oh no. Beirut, Jerusalem, and Tel Aviv. Terrible. All right, what does N12 say? N12 News says nothing new. Oh, N12 News says nothing new. I don't even have the they haven't officially said the missile event is over yet. Thanks, The Click Dark. The Click Dark, thanks for being a member. I have no updates yet from that latest missile wave. There is no new post by Trump. I don't know why somebody said new post by Trump, because I just checked True Social and there's no new post by Trump. Looking right at it right now. I still don't see any update about the missile alert. Were there any missiles or not? I don't know. Strange. Nothing. MDA reports no casualties so far. No casualties so far. And hold on. So there was a video posted by N12 News that showed, looks like either a missile or debris coming down. Now, I don't know if it might have landed in an open area. So let's see here. Little unclear. Reuters, oh no, Reuters is not saying anything different. Hold on. Where is... Again, no casualties reported at this point from the latest missile attack by Iran. I don't even know how many missiles there were. I wanted to mention Israeli nuclear facilities because people were talking about it. So there's the Dimona. Right? Here, the Shimon Peres Negev Nuclear Research Center, that's sometimes referred to as the Dimona reactor. It's an Israeli nuclear installation in the Negev desert, southeast of the city of Dimona. It has a nuclear reactor. Israel claims a nuclear reactor in the research facility for general research purposes into atomic science, but the reactor has been involved in the production of nuclear materials for Israel's nuclear weapons program. Information about the facility remains highly classified, and the country maintains a policy known as strategic ambiguity, referring either to confirm or deny their possession. But it is the consensus that Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel's current Israel is estimated to possess anywhere between 80 and 400 nuclear weapons. Anyways, I'm mentioning that because we saw those alerts, and you could see on the map you could see where it said Negev Nuclear Research Center. I'll show you on a map. Negev Nuclear Research Center. Look at this. Wow. Okay, I'll show you. So this is where it is. I'm assuming they have air defense at this nuclear research center. I would assume that. So there's Israel. We're talking about southern Israel here. There's the city of Dimona is over here. There's Dimona. Look at how it's in like the middle of the desert, Dimona. It's really interesting. This nuclear facility is about 7 miles away. So just for your knowledge of where it is. The first 48 gaming says it's pretty much all desert. It's really interesting. Dimona. Look at that. I wonder when Dimona, the city, was built. I'll have to look that up. Dimona was founded in 1955 as a development town in the Negev desert. 1955 is when the town was had its first inhabitants. Is it Dimona? Oh, Dimona? I keep saying Dimona. Dimona. Yes, Dimona. Sorry. The IDF says the missile event is over. People can leave their protected spaces. We're going to go for a little while longer tonight. We'll go for a little while longer. and we'll see if we have any updates for you. Now, of course, once I get off the air, if there's huge developments, I can come back on the air. Oh, listen. Is that Jerusalem? That's Jerusalem. Hey, thanks so much to Imminence Front. Imminence Front gave 20 people memberships. Wow. That is very nice of Imminence Front. Make sure you thank Imminence Front for your membership if you got one. Also, hang on a moment here. I've been saying for days now, it just feels like, you know, we're kind of waiting for the next big step. What does the U.S. do next? Random Gaming says ground invasion of Karg Island. We've been talking about these possibilities. Karg Island, going in to get nuclear material, trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz somehow. Turned Off says admit they're wrong and go home. Laura thinks they're going to put boots on the ground from the air. Laura Menchaca said that. Andrew's World says Trump will likely invade with 82nd Airborne. Oh, I have a good poll question. I know what I'm going to ask next. All right, then we're going to have another poll. People wanted another poll. Are you ready? The question's going to be, the question is, has Trump decided what he will do next? Has he decided yet? Or is he figuring it out? Or is he like, oh, I know what we're going to do. I'm waiting for the Marines. Thanks, Sajak. Sajak thinks the invasion's happening now. That's what Sajak thinks. Let me pulse this poll. I got to get it posted on Facebook here. Okay, the poll is active. So I said, is Trump decided what he's going to do next? What did you guys say? Over on YouTube, 59% say he has decided, 41% say he has not decided. How about on Twitch? What are they saying about this? I think we have a bit of a discrepancy here. Twitch is 69% no, 31% yes. Hey, thanks, by the way, to I'll thank a couple people in a second. I got to thank a couple people. Chi-Town Bear thinks, of course he knows already. Anyone saying no is just trolling? That's what Chi-Town Bear said. Oh, we didn't do the graphic yet. I'll gotta do the graphic. It's time for the graphic. Well, YouTube and Twitch are quite disagree on this one. YouTube 57% yes, Twitch 31% yes. We're going to wrap up the poll, then I'll tell you what Facebook said. Thanks for voting. Over on Facebook, it was 58% yes, 58% yes, 42% no on Facebook. Facebook similar to YouTube. By the way, thank you to hold on, a couple people to thank. Where is it here? LARNCM. LARNCM. Thanks for the memberships and all your support, LARNCM. Thanks to Kristen Nicole for being a member. Thanks, Kristen Nicole, for being a member. I Am Clarity says, I'm sure he knows what he's going to do. It doesn't mean it's good. Thanks to Roberto Santiago for watching from Puerto Rico. Heath Maniwal is concerned whether there will be a draft. I haven't heard any talk of a draft. A draft requires authorization from Congress and the President. You can, on the Selective Service System website, if the United States were to do a draft, it would have to be authorized by Congress and the President. I don't see any kind of suggestions that at the moment the U.S. does not is anything close to needing to do a draft for their to have enough manpower. Justin Barton says, we aren't there yet, thank God. DJS says, right now we are only using a very small percentage of the military. I believe there's total military force is about 2 million in the U.S., I believe. About 2 million in the total military force. That includes Reserve and National Guard. And there were about 50,000 troops in the Middle East, and what is it? Maybe about 10,000 more are on the way when you add up the Marines and the other troops. Dragon says, what about logistics? Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of I don't know how many, but I'm sure there's a lot of people working in the service that are not on the front lines and in logistics. So I don't know what the total number of people, it's probably a lot of people who are helping out with this operation who are not stationed in the Gulf necessarily. I think we may be getting close. guys. It's after midnight here. After midnight where I am. So we might start to do the things we do when we're starting to wrap up the stream. But a reminder, after I get off the air, if there's some huge development, I can come back on the air. We can do another stream. We haven't done that in a little while. I think it's been a couple weeks since I got off the air and then came back on the air, but I certainly can do that. So it just depends on what happens. So I think we're getting there. I really appreciate everybody who's been here tonight and watching. We will certainly have more coverage. A marathon, not a sprint. Michael Avery says definitely a marathon. Yes, it's a marathon, not a sprint. So if you'd like, subscribe and follow Agenda Free. Oops, sorry. Why is this doing this? I see. That's doing that. Hey, LARNCM gave more memberships. Thank you, LARNCM, for all the memberships. Wow. So generous of you. Make sure you thank somebody for memberships if you got a membership, like LARNCM. Subscribe, follow the channel Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And hang on. I would highly suggest turning on the notifications because you never know when we're going to just have to come on the air to cover some big breaking news. And if you have the notification set up, free notifications, you will get sent a notification whenever we go live, before we go on the air, so you don't miss breaking news. The mods will post a link to the notification sign up. You can also find the notification sign up in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would sign up for that. And also, I am going to, as I always do, be posting on my X account when we're not on the air with updates there. It's at Lookner on X. You can follow me there. I will be, when I'm not on the air, keeping up with everything. And again, if there's some huge news, we'll come back on the air. And let's see here. Huge shout out to our moderators. Once again, they are awesome. And they are always there in the chat, keeping things respectful, allowing us to have chat rooms. Ruth is over there right now. Ruth has been here for a long time tonight modding. And all of our other moderators over there who've been there on YouTube. Roberts May Queen and Beth Mythical, and I think Leslie Ladyhawk was over there, and others. So thanks to all of our moderators there. On Twitch, huge thanks right there. Right now we have Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. LARNCM just gave more memberships. Wow. Thank you, LARNCM, for more memberships. Please thank LAR for the memberships. Thank you. Let's see. Oh, thanks to, by the way, Hopkins02 for subscribing on Twitch. Dirty Toxin. Dirty Toxin gave a gift sub on Twitch. Thanks also to Extreme Tiger for your support on Twitch. Thanks to Linda Belk Lowry and Misha who moderate on X. Thanks to Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, Paul Anderson, Charlotte Webb, Shannon Davis Hughes over there on Facebook, all of our Facebook mods. Huge thanks. Thanks, Brian Daviow, for the Facebook stars. I feel like a lot of times when we're wrapping up, a missile alert happens. So I'll keep an eye out for that. But again, I can come back on the air if there's big doings. Let's see. Thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. That is really generous of you guys. Your support is what allows this channel to be on the air. Lets me buy news footage and stuff. And so huge thanks to all of your support, for all your support. Thank you so much. Hopefully I thanked everybody. I think I thanked everybody. But so nice of you guys. A lot of memberships. Number of our viewers gave it, like LAR, a number of our viewers gave a number of memberships. Imminence Front and Thomas and everybody else. If you watch on, hold on a second here. If you watch on X, Susan Priest Buchner and I missed a couple on Facebook. Susan Priest Buchner, Laura Menchaca, and Christy Gagnon gave Facebook stars. Thank you for the Facebook stars. If you're on X, I would follow the channel on X at Agenda Free TV, because I always give you a heads up there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel over there at Agenda Free TV. We do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not live. A bunch of our viewers enjoy doing that. It's the same link as the free notifications link, so check out our Discord free chat. And thanks so much to our Discord moderators who help out on the Discord chat. Thank you, Discord moderators. Also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would recommend on YouTube, turn on the channel notifications. That can help you figure out when we're live. To do that, you got to subscribe to the channel, and then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Let's say thank you to, wow, LAR NCM just gave another donation. Wow. So generous of LAR NCM. Thank you for all your support. Very nice of you. Let's see here. I wanted to say thanks also to our Facebook subscribers like Dolly Clark and Susan Priest Buchner. Thanks, Susan. Kristen McConnell Gates. Brian Daviow, K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, and all of our other Facebook. Fawn Turton. Thank you, Fawn, for subscribing. Diane Allworth as well. And all of our other subscribers on Facebook, thank you. And our Twitch subscribers, Digital Communist, Frukar Toffine, Wall Street and Shaggy and Jack's Animals and Dirty Toxin and Ma Florida. Oh, thanks for the, let's see. Thanks also to Rain25 for subscribing on Twitch. Did I miss the hype train on Twitch? I don't think I missed it just tonight. Thanks for the hype train, if there was one. Reef for AU. Thanks for being a subscriber. Allistic, Caden's Gaming Lounge, Atomic Farting, Bretsky 1911. Thanks for subscribing. Tuna, Sugaro. Thank you. And all of our other Twitch subscribers, My Mind Spray. Thank you. Our YouTube members, Bunker Buster, Bluesy Girl Turned Off, The So Faking, Marisol Del Valle, Marisol Del Valle, Eric Johnson, Southern Sassy Girl, Nightly Phoenix, I think LAR just gave 5 more memberships. More memberships. So generous of LAR NCM. Thank you. More new members. Hans von Zetor is a new member. Danny G, Platinum Jost, Barry, Ben Van, Allie B from Tennessee, Evelyn and Maine, Logan's son, thanks for being members. The one and only Owl Hippie, Jerry Kovacs. Kim, U9L7N, Fem, Darth Pronator, Femsci, Bernard Tapey, Gav House, the one and only Noob Sabbath, Kevin L, Confidence in God, Lolly Lollipop. Thank you for being members. And thank you also to Starched Face for subscribing. All right, we're about to wrap this up, but I'm going to keep an eye on what's going on. Again, if there is big new developments, we can just do another stream and cover it, and we will. Thanks also, Racing Bed Good. Racing Bedgood says Iran must be running out of rockets. I wonder how many missiles they have left. I don't know. Avi Hoffman, thanks for watching. Ava, Portia, Charstar Wishes, Mario Croatia, Sandy Bollinger, thank you for watching. Did I thank Don Video Guy? Gregory Scherer, thanks for being a member. Let's see here. Andrea Holder, thanks for training to be a moderator. Thank you. Thanks Darren, Charlo, and Ben Arledge for watching. And Judy Fishow, and Ann Spencer, and Laura Menchaca. Oh, thank you so much to Roberta Fulmer. Thank you, Roberta, for your support. Roberta Fulmer. And Jeff's Journey, thanks for watching on Twitch. Dave the Slave. Dragonfire. Antidot. Leopard Arena. Lulu. All right. Guys, we are wrapping this up. LARNCM just gave 5 more people memberships. So many memberships from LARNCM that it's so nice of you. Look at all those new members. Thank you so much, LAR. Please thank LAR for your memberships, if that's where you got them from. All right. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this when I'm off the air. We're going to wrap this up right now. But if there's big news coming up, if there's big news that happens, we will jump back on and cover it. What did I miss? Oh, I missed a couple of, hold on. People are saying that there were a couple super chats. Did I miss a couple super chats? Sausage. Oh, Sausage and Kristen Nicole, right? Thank you, Sausage, from Canada. Oh, Benny Hill. Thank you, Benny Hill. Thanks, Ruth, for letting me know. I almost missed those. Hey, Benny Hill. Thanks so much, Benny Hill. That's really nice of you. All right. Really generous of you guys. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. Again, we are going to have more coverage for you. All right, wrapping this up now. I'll keep an eye on the situation. More coverage soon. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you soon with more live coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.